Okay, great. We'll get started then. So, yeah, thank you. My name is Oscar. I convened this conference today, and thank you everybody for being here. Those are presenting, those are joining us and listening along. It's really good, and it's a really positive thing that we can do this online and bring so many different people together from all over the world. I'm really, really looking forward to hearing all of the kind of fascinating research over the coming 2 days. Um, I'm a historian by training, but I think my kind of main aim with this conference, and I think it's really achieved it successfully, was to make this a really interdisciplinary event. And I think this is rightly so, given the multidimensional impacts of both disaster and the factors that shape relief efforts. I'm firmly of the opinion that as scholars, we can best help with mitigation efforts through collaboration with a multiplicity of disciplines and perspectives. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how those conversations evolve over the next few days. Just before we start today, just some housekeeping. So you might notice now we are actually recording. So with the speakers who have consented, we're going to be recording the presentations. We're not going to be recording any of the Q&A sessions, so you don't need to worry about that. So it will just be the presentations, and we've got people taking care of the recording and everything like that. So it will be done, and that will end in advance of any of the Q&A sessions. When it comes to the Q&A sessions, like I say, the recording will end and then our chair will take over, and we'll take, as I'm sure everybody after these last few years is very familiar with Zoom etiquette, we'll take questions using the raise hand function or questions that you're welcome to put in the chat through the course of a presentation or in the Q&A session, and our chairs will manage those and make sure that we get to everybody. The general idea will be that our speakers we'll be speaking for around 15 minutes, and then we'll have half an hour for Q&A, and before having a break before the next panel. I think that covers it. I think that covers everything. We are just waiting for one more speaker on the coming panel, but I think we'll get started basically, and hopefully they'll join us, and their presentation will just work seamlessly, and it'll all be very smooth. So I'd like to kick off. I'm going to chair the first panel then. And this panel is going to be disaster and colonialism. And on this panel, we're going to be hearing from 4 speakers. First, we're going to be hearing from Matteo Lazzari from the University of Naples, Federico II. And he's going to be talking to us about colonial Guatemala, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in a longue durée perspective from the 16th to the 18th century. Then we're going to be hearing from Domenico Cesare from the University of Naples again, Federico II, and he's going to be talking to us about patterns of communication and emergency management policies in 17th century Peru. Next, we're going to be hearing from Aprajita Kaishap from Jawaharlal Nehru University, who's going to be talking to us about colonial legacy in Brazil, implications for the environment. And finally, we're going to be hearing from Ian Seavey from Texas A&M University, who's going to be talking to us about hurricane and hegemony, U.S. Army disaster relief in Puerto Rico, 1899 to 1900. Okay, I think we're all set. So as ever, just in terms of Zoom etiquette, if everybody could stay muted during our speakers' presentations, that would be fantastic. And when it comes to the Q&A session, you're welcome to unmute when your name has been called out, and we're going to take your question. Okay, great. Thank you very much, everybody. Matteo, I'll hand over to you.
Yes, thank you, Oscar. I'm going to share my PowerPoint presentation. Give me just a moment. Okay, can you see it? Yes?
Yes, you can see that, Matteo.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone, and many thanks. First of all, let me express my gratitude to the organizers of this encounter, because this is the very first time that I publicly talk about my research on colonial Guatemala after a terrific research stay in Latin America in the past summer. And so I really want to thank the committee for giving me this opportunity. And also let me add that it is a real honor for me to open the floor of this 2 days conference, I really hope that my presentation could represent a good start for our discussions on such a wonderful world as Latin America, with all of its problems and complexity actually is, even if we are discussing of catastrophic topics. In my paper, I will try to reflect on how disasters characterized Guatemala and its society since the very beginning of the colonial period, and how their long wave arrives till our days. Let me be clear, disasters of natural origins happened also before the arrival of the Spaniards in Guatemala. I just say that they characterize Guatemala since colonial times because I won't linger on those previous events in this presentation. Furthermore, I will try to reason on the ways in which the colonial administration intervened after the disasters, whether they managed to organize the reliefs or they tried to prevent somehow the effects of these episodes in a territory that, as I will show you, was perceived extremely fragile. To do this, I will rest on two of the main episodes occurred in colonial Guatemala. The destruction of the first small town occurred in 1541, and the almost total destruction of what is now called Antigua in 1773. It is maybe far ambitious in a single paper, but I really argue that the history that I'm going to present can be conceived as a history of longue durée that deserves a large analysis able to shed light on common dynamics and differences occurred along the centuries. And to do so, during my presentation, I would like to play with a different range of historical sources, from indigenous American sources to published sources of the colonial era or manuscripts from different archives. Well, the first source that I want to talk about is an image that I have taken from an indigenous book called the Lienzo de Cuauhquecholan, from the Pueblo in the region of Puebla in Mexico, where the lienzo likely was painted. The origins of the Lienzo de Cuauhquecholan can be dated back to the 1530s, and it's now guarded in the Museo Casa de Alfeñique in the historic center of Puebla in Mexico. The lienzo has been recently object of an important investigation led by the Universidad Francisco Marroquín in Guatemala City, with a project that has achieved the complete digital restoration of colors based on high-resolution photographies. Thanks to the Exploraciones sobre la Historia project, and mainly the investigation of Florin Asselbergs from the University of Leiden in the Netherlands, we now know that the lienzo is the most ancient source arrived to us that talk about the conquest of Guatemala from an indigenous point of view. In the slide that I'm sharing with you, in the red circle on the left, you can see a volcano with flames, and close to it on the right, a Spaniard riding a horse with a lance on his right hand. This is the indigenous traditional glyph used to represent the conquest of a city by a foreign army. In this case, it represents the conquest of the valley of Almolonga under the volcano. The location of the volcano to the east of Alotenango and to the south of Quilicinapa, which can be recognized in other glyphs, allowed the authors of the investigation to identify this volcano as the Volcán de Agua. One could wonder why the flames on its top, and we have a quick answer. The fire was a stylistic device used to represent volcanoes, whether or not in eruption, in a way actually not so different from coeval European depictions. The lienzo shows us that the place where the conquistadors captained by Pedro de Alvarado founded the first Spanish city in Guatemala in the valley of the Almolonga was a delicate territory dominated by volcanoes. Indigenous people knew it very well, but the Spaniards would learn it very soon. On the 10th and 11th September of 1541, indeed 11 years after the foundation of the city, Santiago de Guatemala in the valley of Almolonga was destroyed. The adelantado Pedro de Alvarado wasn't there. He had already been killed by indigenous warriors in the north of New Spain. In his absence, Santiago was led by a cabildo, which was headed by his wife, Beatriz de la Cueva. Ironically enough, the night before her death, the Cabildo of Santiago had a meeting in which Doña Beatriz had been confirmed and appointed as the chief of the Cabildo, the first woman in the Americas to reach this charge. In the documents called Libro Segundo y Tercero del Cabildo de Santiago, which cover a period of time from 1530 to 1553, recently reappeared and located in the library of the Hispanic Society of America in New York, Beatriz signed as La Sin Ventura, which means Beatriz the Without Fortune. She was still shocked by the news of Alvarado's death, but she didn't know what was going to happen on that night. The natural disaster that occurred in September in Santiago was so important that the news rapidly spread out from Guatemala and reached the capital of New Spain in Mexico City, where since the half of the 1530s, the first printer in the Americas had been settled. So, at the end of 1541, Juan Kronberger published in México De Relación del Espantable Terremoto, que agora ha acontecido nuevamente en las Indias en una ciudad llamada Guatemala, which was very quickly sent to Spain. A copy of this Relación de Sucesos still survives in the collections of the Biblioteca Nacional de España in Madrid. Nevertheless, to tell you what happened those days of September and how Doña Beatriz and many other people lost their life, I want to introduce you to another kind of source, the Crónicas de Indias, or Chronicles of the Indies. For reasons of time, I can't linger here on the characteristic of these books. Let me just tell you that the Chronicler of the Indies was an official and prestigious charge depending by the Consejo de Indias, the Council of the Indies. However, not all of the chronicles were official, and so we do have a lot of chronicles written by people who never reached the charge. Among the list of chronicles in this paper, I have chosen to use the Monarquía Indiana by Juan de Torquemada, who was not the famous medieval inquisitor, but a Franciscan friar missionary in colonial Mexico, which published the Monarquía in 1615. The reason why I choose the Monarquía consists in the fact that it allows me to trace some of his personal sources, as well as the beginnings of a long-durée history. I wish I could read to you large part of the book to give space to his own words. They are in Spanish, and I have put a transcription on the PowerPoint presentation that you can read in the next slides. Juan de Torquemada, in the book 13, in the chapter 34, called De la Fundación de la Ciudad de Cuauhtémoc, about the foundation of the city of Guatemala, tells us that, quote, la ciudad de Cuauhtémoc fue fundada en los principios de la conquista de esta tierra por Pedro de Alvarado y los otros soldados. Llamóla Santiago de Guatemala y situóla en el lugar que ahora llaman la Ciudad Vieja. Torquemada continues his account of the events, stating that he was following the Relación by Toribio de Motolinia, one of his sources. And Motolinia was the author of the Historia de los Indios de la Nueva España. Following with the quote, Torquemada told us that este año de 1541 fueron en toda esta Nueva España las aguas muy grandes y este mes de septiembre mucho más continuas. And I'm going to cut a bit the quote, but you can follow the reading, of course. And almost at the end, he told us that la noche era muy oscura y el aire que corría muy curioso y recio y parecía que todo el mundo se acababa y que se hundía la tierra. El número de los defuntos, según mejor se pudo contar, fueron 600 indios y muchos españoles, y de estos más fueron mujeres que varones y muchos niños. Quedó la mitad de la ciudad llena de estas piedras. End quote. Then, the chapter 36 follows with the accounts of the destruction. And Torquemada says that quedó esta ciudad tan destrozada que no había hombre que quisiese quedar en ella, con el temor de otra ruina semejante. Y es así que luego los vecinos hicieron en el campo una ranchería y en ella sus casas de paja. And then Torquemada begins to describe the new city of Guatemala. As you can see in the map, the new city of Guatemala está sitiada en un valle redondo, todo cercado de altas montañas. Torquemada concluded this chapter saying that en la ciudad de Guatemala y en otras ciudades de aquellas provincias truena mucho, pero los truenos en la villa de San Salvador de Coscatlán son muy espantosos, tanto que asombran, y a esta causa se mudó después 5 leguas. Asimismo, en Guatemala tiembla muy a menudo la tierra y por ser cosa tan acostumbrada, no tienen tanto temor sus vecinos. End quote. Another source that Torquemada used in this passage was Francisco López de Gomara, the author of La Historia General de las Indias. A week after the catastrophic event, the Cabildo had already voted for the moving of the city, and on the 27th of September, they appointed some of them to conduct studies in different valleys. It was on the meeting held on the 2nd of October of 1541 that the Cabildo stated to move the city to another area. The choice was between El Tuerto, Pancán, or Panchoy. The Spaniards decided to abandon the valley of Almolonga, where they left Ciudad Vieja, and to move the city in the valley of Panchoy, where they founded on the 10th of March of 1543 the muy noble y muy leal Ciudad de Santiago de los Caballeros de Guatemala. I've said before that the indigenous painters of the Lienzo de Cuauhtémoc had depicted a volcano. Now also the Spaniards did it. Indeed, if we take a look at the escudo de armas of the city, we can see the volcanoes which surround Antigua Guatemala. We can say that volcanoes and natural disasters had become officially part of the identity of this newborn city. Now, I would like to spend some words on the reactions that the Spaniards had after the disasters. Generally speaking, for the 16th century, the sources don't reveal much information. We do know that the relief, if can be defined that way, was to move the city. The same would happen also with the Villa de San Salvador de Coscatlan, as I said before, while reading Torquemada. I think that this must be contextualized. We were at the very beginning of the colonial age, so I argue that likely it was much easier to move the city than rebuild it. At the beginning of the 17th century, nevertheless, the situation had already changed. Torquemada indeed tells us how living in Santiago de los Caballeros was perceived. In Guatemala, there were many and frequent earthquakes, but for being something recurring, the inhabitants were not afraid. Antigua indeed is really close to volcanoes, as this wonderful 1690 map from the Recordación Florida, written by the Guatemalan criollo Francisco Antonio de Fuentes y Guzmán, a treasure guarded in the Archivo General de Centroamérica in Guatemala City, show us. It is true that the earthquakes were very common in Antigua, as I felt myself while I was doing my research in the archive of CIRMA in Antigua, Guatemala, the past summer. But I disagree with Torquemada when he stated that people were so much used to suffer from them to be not afraid. I consider rather that the reactions and the feelings depended on the intensity of the natural events. Just to give you a quick example, let me present another source, which is the Visit ad Limina, or the Relazione Diocesana, led by the Bishop of Guatemala, Don Juan de San Matias, in the 17th century. This source is guarded in the Archivio Apostolico Vaticano in Rome. On the 9th of January of 1669, the bishop sent his relationship to the Pope in Rome, stating that, quote, periculosissimi fluminibus scatent, montes inea ignivomi plures reperiuntur, Etna et Vesuvio mirabiliores, in quibus ignis et fumus perpetuo durant, terremotibus frequentibus et miserandas strages inferunt. End quote. As far as I know, this Relazione Diocesana, this Visit ad Limina, is still unpublished, and the documentation can be enriched by a series of letters sent to Rome from Guatemala in order to ask funding for the construction and the functioning of religious hospitals. It is not a case, in fact, that one of the most important saints of the Americas is Santo Hermano Pedro de Betancourt, a Franciscan friar born in the Canary Islands who spent his life in Santiago de los Caballeros de Guatemala in the hospitals, and which was canonized in 2002 by Pope John Paul II during his visit to Guatemala. His portraits that I'm showing in the slides represents also the two volcanoes of the city on his behind his shoulder, and it is displayed today in Antigua as well as in Guatemala City. What was stated by the bishop and the figure of Pedro de Betancourt clearly highlights, in my opinion, that the main reliefs from natural disasters were associated with the Catholic missionaries. I argue that this is a link that still needs more research, at least regarding colonial Guatemala. On the side of the political administration, one of the most spread measures was the exemption from paying tributes. This was true also with the 1717 earthquake. This event destroyed almost entirely the city, and the colonial administration once again took in consideration to move to another place, the capital. Luckily, in the 18th century, the sources are much richer than before. We do have a lot of documentation from either the Archivo General de Centroamérica in Guatemala City or the Archivo General de Indias in Seville, a corpus of sources that Professor Checher and I have begun to collect and study. And these documents prove the diffusion of the tax exemptions as a form of relief. After another tough seismic event in 1751, the definitive step in the long history of the city of Santiago de los Caballeros de Guatemala was marked by the so-called earthquake of Santa Marta, occurred on the 29th of July of 1773. Despite the opposite point of view of the Guatemala bishop Pedro Cortés y Larraz, the colonial administration decided to definitely move the capital, founding in 1776 the city of Nueva Guatemala de la Asunción. The old city of Santiago de los Caballeros was abandoned, and it is still now called La Antigua. It was nevertheless in part rebuilt by a group of vecinos, even if this breathtaking place still preserves the wounds of its long catastrophic history, as you can see in some pictures that I'm sharing with you, pictures that I took this summer when I was there. To conclude this paper, I would like to argue that Antigua is still suffering. Yes, it's true that it's one of the most beautiful touristic and attractive cities of the whole Latin America, but the capitalistic exploitation began in colonial times is still hanging on Antigua with these clutches. Let me just show you what is now the terrific temple of Santo Domingo, an archaeological site in the hands of a private company which transformed it into a luxury hotel, a place where to have a jacuzzi in the sulfuric waters of the Guatemalan volcanoes, at least as they sell the product to the wealthy customers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a fascinating paper, Matteo. I'll hand over to you, Domenico.
Thank you. Thank you, Oscar. I'll share my presentation, but unfortunately, my PowerPoint does not work anymore. So I'm sharing my PDF. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see that. It's fine.
Does it work?
Yeah, it's moving.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Oscar, and the organizers of this meeting for accepting my proposal. As a scholar of early modern Europe, I consider this meeting as an invaluable opportunity to exchange views with experienced scholars who work on Latin America and Caribbean. These territories that represent for me a kind of a new world, a largely unexplored frontier. And yet, during my research on the management of disasters in the European territories of the Spanish monarchy, I came across, almost by chance, a series of case studies regarding the viceroyalty of Peru that have supplied invaluable data to deepen my understanding of the role played by institutional actors in the management of emergencies in old regime societies. So in my presentation, I will highlight the ways in which exceptional natural phenomena were reported and described by local and higher officials, and will show how the attitudes of secular authorities towards such mournful events changed over the course of the century. Basically, I will build on three case studies: the Huayna Putih eruption and two Lima earthquakes at the beginning and at the end of the 17th century, respectively. In my presentation, I will try to highlight the peculiar features of cultural production in the aftermath of disasters in the early modern age, and the role played by cultural representations of disasters in the management of risks and disruption. Before entering into the core of the presentation of the research, I want to emphasize that the spheres of information and communication are crucial to our research, since they enable us to connect the study of perceptions and representations of natural phenomena to social practices and public policies. Indeed, our project is meant to combine cultural and socio-institutional approaches together in order to understand the decision-making process in light of cultural attitudes, available knowledge, actual information networks, values, and beliefs of the affected societies. Hence, the first question we are confronted with are how and why is a disaster communicated, and what are the institutional channels through which first-hand information from the epicenter reached the decision-making centers. An analysis of the first two cases relating to the beginning of the 17th century will provide some surprising evidence which had led me to rethink my assumptions on these issues. In May 1600, the Viceroy of Peru, Luis de Velasco, sent the king a long report on the movements of the pirates along the coast of Peru and Chile in the previous months. The report is very detailed, as the Viceroy records all the information he got on the movements and coastal raids of the pirates between December and February. In late February, the flow of information is interrupted, and the Viceroy is then informed of the eruption of a volcano near Arequipa. After a brief mention of this unprecedented event, the Viceroy returns to his account of the movements of corsair boats along the coast. The eruption of the volcano and its effects on the city of Arequipa are not mentioned anymore in his official correspondence over the year, nor does he mention the eruption in his end-of-term report. Thus, one of the most powerful volcanic eruptions of the early modern age, which would have had long-lasting effects on Arequipa, on its territory and beyond for several years, is not the topic of communications between the Consejo de Indias and the highest Spanish official in Southern America. It seems to be a matter of local relevance, not worthy of becoming part of ordinary correspondence with the sovereign. Now, this pattern of institutional communication does not seem exceptional with respect to this period. Of course, I may have missed some documents, it is not unlikely, but similar considerations can be made at least in relation to other disasters of this period, as we shall see in a few minutes. These findings seem to invalidate, at least at first glance, one of the basic assumptions of my research. That is, the idea that in the early modern age, disasters were powerful generators of cultural production in the broadest sense, because they could open up unprecedented spaces for political action, an unusual possibility of transforming political and social relations, and hence the interest of political actors in intervening in post-disaster situations. And these interventions, these rivalries, were often played out primarily on the ground of communication. Nonetheless, the sources I am analyzing on a number of disasters of this period, end of the 16th century and beginning of the 17th century, has provided me with ample material to partially revise my assumptions. So let's return to the Huayna Putino eruption of February-March 1600. Just to clarify, I want to reiterate that the scarcity of information I insisted on earlier only concerns the official correspondence of the Viceroy. We have several other sources that provide important details on that event. However, this information is often highly stereotyped and partial, incomplete. These accounts lack any details of the effects of the eruption on the population, on the number of the victims, and the only objective of the witnesses is to confirm that a certain official, for example, the corregidor Juan Hurtado de Mendoza, in this case, deserves a reward for his merits for the expenses incurred in managing the disaster. In the following years, the Cabildo Secular of Arequipa kept on writing to the king to claim that the city had not yet recovered from the damage and to ask for a substantial exemption from taxes. These exemptions were due not so much to the severity of the damage. Actually, the information on the extent of the damages is either lacking or extremely laconic, but is due rather to the merits that the city had accrued in the preceding decades for having always been a valid and faithful support in the conquest. Other documents relating to the Lima earthquake of 1609 confirm this pattern of institutional communication. Let's look at this, some excerpts from a long report by the new Archbishop of Lima, Bartolomé Lobo Guerrero, who also reports on the earthquake that occurred in October of that year. In reality, the report tells very little of what happened. The bishop says nothing about any victims or damages or the state of the population. He only says that significant financial resources would be needed to repair the sacred buildings and those of the bishopric. Instead, he insists at length on the damage suffered by the convents of the nuns of La Encarnación and of La Concepción. The news of the earthquake is reported to the king essentially, primarily, because the event has affected buildings and people who are placed under the king's direct protection. In this case, the daughters or granddaughters of conquistadores and pobladores who had acquired merits toward the Spanish crown and the Catholic faith. And the intervention of the king is requested only for these people because the king owes special protection to them. Therefore, it is the nature of the relationship between the monarch and the subjects and the resulting duties of the king towards these peculiar subjects that also determines the quality and the extent of the information. An information that in these decades proves to be fragmentary, deficient, at least with respect to my expectations. If we move to the end of the century, not to mention to the following century, we can detect some patterns of communication and political action that better meet our expectations. When a disaster strikes a city, it usually brings about a large number of sources which propose different, even opposing reconstructions or interpretations of the event. And so post-disaster scenarios prove to be opportunities for self-promotion and to discredit and weaken rival groups and institutions. A brief overview of the accounts of the Lima earthquake of 1687 will enable us to appreciate the links between information and the involvement of institutional actors in the crisis management. Lima was hit by a powerful earthquake, and Viceroy Melchor de Navarra y Rocafull was in charge of the crisis from the very first hours, while the Archbishop Melchor de Lignani Cisneros was seriously injured, so he was unable to exercise his authority in the first few weeks. We have a number of direct sources on the event, mostly written by the Viceroy and by various members of ecclesiastical institutions, both regular and of the dioceses. In many of these accounts that from Lima reached the king and the Council of the Indies in Madrid, great emphasis is placed on the anguish and the bewilderment of the survivors that were gathered in barracks in the Plaza Mayor or on the fringes of the city. And therefore, great emphasis is placed on the fact that the bewilderment of the people was handled on the one hand by the Viceroy and on the other hand by the preachers of the religious order who organized penances almost every day. So, to sum up, the Viceroy's reports reveal a clear and general disapproval of the conduct of the diocesan ecclesiastical authorities, portrayed as inactive and lazy in comparison to the more active members of the religious orders, who proved capable of caring for the terrified and dispersed population, and of channeling their anguish into masses, processions, and public ritual of penitence. At this moment, for a royal officer, managing an emergency becomes an opportunity to obtain honors or titles from the Catholic king, and it is a valuable evidence to demonstrate that one has fulfilled his duties with honor. So, to sum up and to conclude, as men and women of the 21st century, we tend to take it for granted that in the case of an emergency caused by a calamity, public authorities and the state in the first place have the duty and the ability to manage the emergency in all its phases, from the first aid to the long-term reconstruction. Actually, this was not the case in the late Middle Ages and the early modern age. In most cases, according to political treatises and to models inherited from the classical antiquity, the king was only expected to relieve the taxes of the affected communities for a number of years. As we have seen in this quick overview, at least with regard to the representatives of the monarch in Spanish America, but similar discourses could be made for Spanish Italy, albeit with some differences. Things change remarkably during the 17th century. What are the reasons for this change in the patterns of communication and in the transformation of relief practices. I'm not sure about it, but I don't have a definitive answer. But I will just point out, in conclusion, 3 factors that, in my opinion, have contributed to this change. On the cultural sphere, I believe that the emergence and diffusion of a literary or informative genre, such as the Relaciones de Desastres, which at the beginning of the 17th century underwent a stabilization and a codification, played an important role. Secondly, as regards the history of territoriality, we must consider that during the 17th century, practices associated with establishing territorial sovereignty underwent important changes in an effort to overcome the territorial vulnerability resulting from the fact that the empires did not cover a homogeneous territory. And finally, over the course of the century, new governmental practices gradually emerged that mirrored new conceptions of sovereign power. And according to this conception, state power was also legitimized by its ability to ensure the preservation, survival, and well-being of its subject. So, excuse me for my this final rush, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Domenico, for a really, really fascinating paper. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Aprajita. Yeah. Do you want to stop sharing, Domenico? Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Hi, good evening. It's 7:15 in India. That's why I wish you a very good evening. And my paper is titled Colonial Legacy in Brazil, Implications for the Environment. And the motivation for this paper comes from Eduardo Galeano. And I have cited 2 quotes from his book. At his first landing on San Salvador, Columbus was dazzled by the transparent hues of the Caribbean, the green landscape, the soft, clean air, the magnificent birds. And therefore, I just want to emphasize the importance of environment for Latin America and Caribbean. The second episode comes when Amerigo Vespucci, he comes to this region and he says, the trees are of such beauty and sweetness that we felt we were in earthly paradise. And from there to what Latin America became after colonization, I would kind of trace a bit of a history of that process. And there are 2 key questions which I have tried to address in my paper. The first one is how global imperial powers directly damaged the environments within the colonies that they controlled. And here, then, of course, I'll take the specific case of the Portuguese colonizers. And the second question that this paper has delved into is how the negative social, economic, and political legacies of these former colonies have furthered environmental degradation in these regions even after they gained independence. So a pre-independence and a post-independence analysis of the environmental issues and disasters. I just go back to the history of Brazil. When the exploration happened in 1500 by explorer Pedro Álvares Cabral from Portugal, it resulted in the revelation of a land full of valuable resources. And that's the image which was expeditions after expeditions was going across to the world. So this was an unpopulated land full of natural resources. So this unfolded future plans of exploitation, trade, and further exploration of the interiors of the Brazilian landscape because the explorers only could land on the coastal regions. So much so that second half of the 19th century for Brazil started being dubbed as a century of slavery, coffee, and monarchy. And so this brings in the El Doradista vision that was created in the world thanks to these expeditions. So let me go into the early stages of the 16th century. What did the Portuguese exploration or invasion, what did it do? It divided the country into two regions, the interior and the coast. And there was another problematic thing which started, and that was monoculture economy. So excessive reliance on one crop, one mineral, that became the trend. And because of this excessive reliance, the production or the export was linked not to the domestic markets or regional markets. These productions were linked to markets elsewhere, that is precisely in Europe. So whenever the demands for these products went up, there would be a boom, and whenever the demand fell down, there would be bust. So at least 4 phases of boom and bust cycle have been identified in Brazil. So I've just, sorry about the error here, 1500 to 1550 is Brazil wood, 1550 to 1700 is sugarcane, 1700 to 1775 is the gold period, boom of gold, and 1850 to 1930 is coffee. And it's very important to note here that there was spatial development. So some regions would develop more than the other by the fact that these resources were located there. Therefore, I have named a few places like for gold, it was Minas Gerais, which became very important, coffee, Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Paraná, sugarcane, northeastern regions. Now, what was the problem? The problem was a kind of an international capitalism which had emerged. So the elite, the oligarch, or the upper class that we called, it was in sync with the outside elites of the developed world. And they adapted the economy to serving the interest of the advanced capitalism within Europe. So we had at least 4 kinds of legacies which colonialism left in Brazil. The first was the political legacy, and I'm not going to discuss this. This resulted in, authoritarianism, elitism, patrimonialismo, which was a client-elite relation, client-patron kind of a relationship. There was a social legacy, which was stratification and, not only stratification, but also placing the societal classes into hierarchy. So that was also a legacy. Then I'm importantly talking about 2 legacies. One is economic and environmental legacies of colonialism. So if we look at the economic legacy, and I will not go into details of this, I'll just take a cursory look at this. The indigenous people were converted into an oppressed and impoverished class. So from the owners, they become the landless workers, or they were deprived or dispossessed of their land. There was the establishment of slave-based plantation system, obviously because these indigenous people were not cut out to work on this plantation economy. So there was a huge, large-scale importation of slaves from the African region. And later, in the Caribbean region, it was the indentured laborers who were coming from India. So actually, because of this economic legacy, there were seeds of dependency was already sown. And then, you have the mid-20th century, 1950s onwards, when you have this school called the Dependentista school, which start talking about this dependency. And Raul Prebisch is one of the most important political economists who raises this issue. So the seeds of dependency were sown then. There were economic islands which were created, and these were called enclave economy. So regions, for example, Minas Gerais within Brazil would be linked more to Europe than to the other hinterland or other areas of Brazil. So there was this kind of an enclave or isolated places which were linked to the markets, the European markets. None of the cycle could create broad-based development drive because the intention was not that. The intention wasn't to serve the national interest or to serve the economy of the country, but it was to serve the interest of the global capitalist class. Then I bring my focus to the environmental legacy of Brazilian colonization. So I have used a term here, which is used by Stoll in 2018. He talks about a concept called environmental colonialism. He says that these are ways in which environmental practices have impacted the natural environment of indigenous people. So these methods are clearly exploitative, and they are only focused on extraction of natural resources, of which there is a dearth in their own country. So as a result of this environmental colonialism, I call them the king products. So these king products developed, and I have already spoken about that: Brazil wood, sugarcane, gold, and coffee. The other thing which was created, so what did the colonialists do? They created a kind of a ecological imperialism. It was a forceful imposition of Western environmentalist view. And what was it? The colonialists, they exposed the native societies to foreign markets. They created a global infrastructure to encourage dependency. So the core and peripheral relationship was deeply entrenched. And they also, in this process, they altered the existing environment, that is the political environment, to demonstrate political domination by the colonial power. So even the indigenous people were dominated by these colonial power. So the ecological domination of the territory led to the political domination of Brazil's indigenous people. So not only were their natural resources or their lands usurped or directed to be used in a particular way, they were also politically dominated. So this boom cycle and the environment had 3 or 4 implications. So what was the implication of this sugar boom cycle? Because of sugar plantation, large areas of forest were cleared, and this was done in order to gain access to the fertile cooperative soils within the region. So forests were cut. Excuse me. This resulted in the region becoming drought-stricken. So was gold. So gold, when it was found in Minas Gerais, it increased population because people were rushing in. This was called the gold rush. Excuse me, just give me one. Now this gold rush increased the population, and it led to increased requirement for food, for fodder, and fuel. So timber and charcoal were required, and therefore the entire hills of Minas Gerais were turned barren. People were cutting down them indiscriminately. Now for coffee, with regard to coffee, it decreased the biodiversity because we were just cutting down all the flora, diverse flora, and growing only coffee. So this was decreasing the biodiversity, and this is true for any plantation economy. And it was also the process of coffee growing was also leading to pollution of water because there were certain pesticides which were getting into soil and they were washed away into the adjoining water bodies. And more importantly, the rubber industry led to further deforestation. Okay, so now the general impacts. I'll talk about some general impacts. Because of the overuse of natural resources, there was a problem because so far the natural resources were being utilized through an approach of the indigenous people, which was to live in harmony with the environment. And the colonizers' approach was in stark contrast to that of the indigenous people. Second was, there was an outbreak of disease epidemics because these foreigners were coming in and introducing new varieties of genes of diseases, especially smallpox. So the spread of these Afro-Eurasian diseases, they resulted in depopulation and consequent. And so once people, the land is depopulated, so the land is not cultivated. So you will leave it wild. And once it is left wild, it is overgrown with other kind of vegetation, the not desirable kind of vegetation, which soaked up the entire carbon dioxide. And the third was that there were forced practices contrary to the native practices. So something which were transplanted. So these practices like livestock rearing, growing of foreign crops, these were not suitable or conducive to the climate or the soil of this region. Therefore, it was a complete disaster. And if you look at the specific impacts of legacies of the colonizers, in 1822, Brazil gained independence. However, it still struggled with truly shaping its own nation, culture, and economy. And this, I am quoting Cesarino in here. And what were the legacies? One was the dependency, which had a problem vis-a-vis the sustainable development practices. Second was imposition of extractivism and new extractivism. And that means, the sustainability aspect gets compromised. So extractivism is a process in which you're not catering to your domestic demands, but you are, harvesting more and more. And in this frenzied attempt to export more and more, Latin American countries were doing more harm to the nature than through any other activity. And then, despite owning all precious natural resources, precious minerals, they witnessed a kind of a resource curse, which is typically a problem of plenty. So despite the comparative advantage, they could not use that. And this led to, there was another impact, which is typically called the Dutch disease. So it happened in Holland. There was, a lot of profitability in the sugar industry. So they neglected all other sectors and paid extra emphasis on this sugar plantation. And therefore, the other sectors of the economy became diseased. And that's where it gets its name from. So in coffee, in the sugarcane boom or rubber boom, this was happening. The Dutch disease was permeating the entire Brazilian society. So what was the reaction among the indigenous people to all these environmental degradation that was happening? So without traditional means of subsistence, these people, the indigenous people, had two choices. They were either forced to relocate to newer areas, to marginal, remote, or otherwise unoccupied areas, or they would just concede and accept the new role which was set by the colonial power. But this didn't happen. There was a struggle for environmental justice. And first time in Minas Gerais, there was a gold strike in 1695. Whatever be the reaction, whatever be the reality, the ultimate loser was the environment. And therefore, rectification was important. And I am now coming to concluding my presentation. So how does dependency lead to environmental degradation, and how it's a vicious cycle? It's the other way around also. So these developmental models, which were based on the prescriptions made by the so-called lending agencies and the developed world, it witnessed a dependency not only between countries, two different countries, but also within the country. Because the colonial control and development was not uniformly distributed. So for example, if they came to Brazil, they concentrated themselves in Sao Paulo or Rio de Janeiro, rather than percolating or moving towards Manaus or Brasilia. So as a result, even within Brazil, there was a core and a periphery. So the developed coastal regions became the core, and the remote interior areas became the periphery. So there was a negative thing about becoming a core. So everything was not hunky-dory about becoming a core. There were fallouts of becoming a core. And that's what precisely the point I'm trying to drive, that despite booming economically, these centers had to bear the brunt of environmental degradation. So environmentally, they were losing. But whatever said and done, what I have projected so far is one point of view, which says that it was the colonizers which have led to the environmental degradation or environmental onslaught into Brazil. But there is another view, and I would conclude by putting forward this view. The other view says that the Portugal rule in Brazil established sustainable social, political, and economic structures which enabled it to achieve regional prominence. So they somewhere down the line point out that Brazil is a regional power because of the way it has been colonized by Portuguese. The second is the colonial administration has influenced all aspects of development, including political structure and economic strategies of their colonies. Reason? These critics, they say that the nature of colonization was different, and that's why Brazil has progressed more. So we weren't doing any environmental damage, but we were rather helping Brazil become developed. So the Spaniard colonial administration, it caused social fragmentation of the indigenous communities and created social hierarchies, poverty, social discrimination, which led to ethnic tensions and perennial civil wars. In contrast, these sympathizers, they say that Portugal established a centralized administration, so there was a unification of the colony, and this helped in social and economic growth. And the third and not the last is that they definitely created better infrastructure, and that's why we could access Amazon, which was beyond access for anybody. But thanks to the colonizers, that we have this development of infrastructure, roads, and we could go into Amazon. So I will end my presentation with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our producer, for a really interesting and a wide-ranging paper there. I'm going to hand over to Ian Seeley for our last presentation of the panel before we head into a Q&A.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'm really excited to be here today, everyone. I want to thank the Center for Latin America and Caribbean Studies at the University of London. And I would specifically like to thank Oscar Weber for emailing me this morning so I could get our times squared away. I had a different time that I was working off of, so I want to thank him so that I could be here with you, because it's quite early in the morning in the United States. So thank you, Oscar. But the presentation that I have titled today is Hurricane and Hegemony, U.S. Army Disaster Relief in Puerto Rico, 1899 to 1900. So I'm going to tell you a story today about how hurricanes or hurricane and disaster leads to colonialism in the United States territory of Puerto Rico. So let us get started without further ado. So what I'm arguing in this paper, which is a part of my ongoing book project, is that the U.S. Army Disaster Relief after Hurricane San Ciriaco, which is the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico in 1899, led to 4 outcomes that we see on the screen here. The first, restructuring of the Puerto Rican economy. The United States is going to kind of unilaterally switch the Puerto Rican economy in the wake of this hurricane. Second, will be denying Puerto Rico autonomy that they had previously achieved under the end of the Spanish Empire in the late 1890s, under the Sagasta administration in Spain. Last, in the middle, creating hallmarks of American disaster relief. So what I mean by hallmarks is creating kind of standard operating procedures that the United States policymakers are going to kind of carry out throughout the 20th century when it comes to disaster relief, both in the contiguous United States, but also in the United States' colonies as well. And then lastly, and probably most important, is that this hurricane and the relief efforts that follow it are really going to establish the United States as an overseas empire. We haven't really thought of the United States as an overseas empire yet until 1898, around 1900. So I argue that these disaster relief efforts by the Army in Puerto Rico are really going to establish the United States as an overseas empire. Okay, but first we have to understand how the change in sovereignty was working, how the change in sovereignty worked. So we have the War of 1898 with Spain. So the United States is engaging in a war with Spain in Cuba, in the Philippines, in the Pacific Ocean, and then also in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is another theater of that war. So the United States, I'm not going to get into all of the reasons why the United States declares war on Spain in 1898. Those are pretty numerous in the historiography. There's lots of different types of angles, but it happened. So the United States Army is going to invade Puerto Rico in 1898, and the Spanish at this point in Puerto Rico are not very their defenses are very limited. The troops on Puerto Rico are very kind of weary, not well trained. So the United States ends up capturing the island in a matter of mere weeks. It's a matter of 2 weeks, I believe. So then after that, after the army has defeated the Spanish in Puerto Rico, we have the Treaty of Paris, which ends the Spanish-American War in 1898, and Spain is going to cede Cuba, it's going to cede the Philippines, Guam, it's going to cede Puerto Rico as well to the United States. And the military, the U.S. Army, is going to continue an occupation there. So after the war, the Army just doesn't leave and goes over to a civil government. No, the Army is still operating a military government. And this is going to be enacted from 1898 when the Army gets there. And then from in 1900, that's when a civil government is going to come onto the island. So there's this about 1.5 year period where, you know, the military government is in control, and the status of Puerto Rico is kind of in flux. Normally, we just think of, oh, when the war is over, of course, Puerto Rico is going to become a colony in the United States, but that's not, there's some contingency there. There's some contingency. We don't know specifically what everyone was thinking. I mean, there was a lot of people thinking, hey, let's, the United States should, take Puerto Rico as a colony, operate it as a colony. But there were some that were advocating maybe statehood, some that were advocating, well, under the Spanish, they had already kind of gained some autonomy, so why not independence? So there's a lot of these competing ideas about what should happen to the status of Puerto Rico. And it's not just a given that Puerto Rico was going to become a colony of the United States in the United States mind. But what I would argue is that there is a massive event that's going to alter the course of Puerto Rico and Puerto Rican relations with the United States. And it is this hurricane, San Ciriaco, boom, hurricane coming in. I really like the picture on the left, if you can see it. It really showcases the path of the storm coming from the southeast and then going through the northwest. It really cuts through a lot of the island. And as you can see on the right, this is the time where photographs are becoming more widely circulated. So it's really cool that there's some photographs that we can see from it. Excuse me. But yes, so San Ciriaco completely destroys Puerto Rico. Nearly 3,000 people were killed in the floodwaters, and there was over $25 million in property damage. Now, I have not calculated that for 2022, but I imagine it's in the high millions, maybe not quite the billions, but in the high, close to $1 billion in property damage. So what is the United States going to do? What are those in Puerto Rico going to do? So the Army relief efforts. So the military governor at the time, General George Davis, he doesn't have any orders to how to handle disaster relief. There's nothing that is in the federal government that has to deal with disaster relief. There's nothing within Army protocols to how to deal with disaster relief. So Davis is really on his own here. So what he decides to do is he, of course, petitions the federal government, petitions the president, the secretary of war, for building supplies, for food, for blankets, disaster relief. So he petitions them for that. Now with not any standing orders, what he's going to do is he's going to organize the relief efforts in a top-down structure. So what he's going to do is kind of set up aid depots around the island. He's going to separate the island into specific districts and then station soldiers at that island. So there's a state presence, a military presence when it comes to disaster relief. And, there's also going to be conditions attached to the aid. So imagine this scenario playing out. You are, your house has just been destroyed. You're standing next to your house. You're standing in 2 feet of water up to your ankles. And the only way for you to get medical supplies to help yourself or to help your significant other or to help your friends, or the only way to get food, or the only way to get building supplies is you have to bury your dead friend and you have to clear land for some landowner. That's the only way for you to get food. You're not just treated as a human, you're treated as labor. So, and in labor to help out the military regime on the island. So, these conditions that were attached to the aid are going to significantly create unequal disaster relief, unequal relief. So traditionally, what would also happen was the working class people, the people that were working on plantations and things like that, they were also going to be kind of clearing land. And this the military government also saw something else that was different because of the kind of traditional Spanish-inspired kind of peonage that landowners would have towards people working on their lands, specifically the coffee plantations. These people were in flux now. These elites were in flux because they didn't really have a way to distribute peonage anymore. So what they had to do was they had to, petition the military government and say, hey, can we have some of the aid so we can distribute it to our workers? We can to continue to be on top of that hierarchy. So that is exactly what happened. The United States military also partnered with these local elites who were extremely self-interested, and because they wanted to keep their status on the social hierarchy. So these local elites are getting this aid and they're trickling it down to the workers, to the farmers and local planters and things like that. So it does create this relief structure that is top down. So what is going to happen after? So we have this relief efforts. We have the relief efforts. Things are getting back to normal. There are, after there's probably about 4 or 5 months of this situation with relief happening, things are getting relatively back to quote unquote normal. So what is going to happen? How does this hurricane and how do these relief efforts impact what's going to come next with the status of Puerto Rico? So what we see here is Davis, General Davis. He goes back to the United States and he is testifying in congressional debates about what to do with Puerto Rico. Excuse me. What to do with Puerto Rico? Should it become a state? Should it be independent? Should we go with colonization as a political arrangement? So Davis's testimony is going to be extremely important because he advocates for two things. First, he advocates that Puerto Rico's economy should be switched from a coffee-producing economy to a sugar-producing economy. Now, we've already had some presentations before talk about monoculture. But in the Spanish period, Puerto Rico could not be considered a monoculture. Coffee was the main agricultural product, but it also had a vibrant tobacco culture. It also had a vibrant sugar culture as well. But with the hurricane, what's interesting is that the hurricane destroyed the majority of the coffee shade trees on the island. And what Davis found out through some local planters and some other military men on the island is that it takes 5 years for coffee to regenerate. So, the United States wants to get something out of Puerto Rico. It just got Puerto Rico in this settlement with Spain after the war. So it wants to get something out of Puerto Rico. Now, sugar is very, very big business in the United States at this time. There is just like, the United States has a bunch of other monopolies at this time. It also has a sugar monopoly. And the sugar interests are pressing Congress to say, we need Puerto Rico to become a sugar producing area so that we can acquire more sugar, we can acquire more lands, and then, continue to make more money. And so Davis definitely is swayed by these sugar interests in the United States. And he advocates that the United States, jettison coffee with Puerto Rico and focus on sugar production so that these sugar interests and these sugar monarchs will be satisfied and that the United States can, quote unquote, get something out of Puerto Rico. But the second, what he also states in his congressional testimony is that Puerto Rico should not be independent. It should not be independent. It should not be a state. It is not capable of self-government. quote, and it should also, become under the United States purview treated as a colony, and under United States tutelage, maybe someday it will become either independent or a state, but not right now. And Davis advocates for that. So in the stream of in the line of causation here, we get the Foraker Act next in 1900, which is the kind of the codifying document for American imperialism and colonialism in Puerto Rico. And the Foraker Act basically states that all federal laws in the United States apply to Puerto Rico. Now, Puerto Rico does have the ability under the Foraker Act to create a insular legislature. However, that insular legislature, the United States Congress can strike down any law that the insular legislature has, and also the governor of Puerto Rico would not be elected. It would be a presidential appointee who most often does not speak Spanish. There's only one time under the United States colonialism until Puerto Rico is allowed to elect their own governor that there is actually a Spanish-speaking governor as a presidential appointee. There's only one time. And so this definitely creates the conditions of colonialism in Puerto Rico. So I conclude, as I conclude, I would argue that, to kind of go back to the title of my paper, hurricane equals hegemony, or hurricane leads to hegemony. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ian. And again, thank you to all of our panelists for what I think was a really, really interesting panel. So we're moving on to our second panel. We are just waiting for one of our speakers who will be turning up in a second. I've just received confirmation of that. And we'll also be, I'll hand over to Yaron in a second, who will be chairing. We've had one of our other speakers for this panel pull out due to a family emergency at the last minute. So we'll be hearing from two groups of speakers in this panel. And just to say again, we'll be recording the panelists, but we won't be recording the Q&A session. So I will hand over to Yaron, who will be chairing this session.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Thank you to all the organizers, chairs, and panelists. In this panel, we will focus on responses to disasters from below through two presentations or papers. The first one by Princesa Cloutier, and the second one by Ayasha Sadiki, Maria Jose Montoya, Martha Bell, and Rafael Mendoza. I will be sharing this panel. My name is Yairen Jerez Columbier. I work as an assistant professor in Latin American Studies and Intercultural Communication at Trinity College Dublin in Ireland. First, our first panelist, Princesa Cloutier, holds an MRes in Latin American Studies from the former Institute of Latin American Studies at the School of Advanced Study. Her research focuses on Puerto Rican environmentalism and its relationship with the island's colonial status. Her postgraduate thesis analyzed Hurricane Maria's aftermath in the context of Puerto Rican economic history, from the Spanish-American War to the current debt crisis. And she has worked as a researcher with the island's U.S. Forest Service and Casa Pueblo to develop a pedagogically informed climate change curriculum, and for the University of Puerto Rico, Mayagüez, Oasis microgrid project. Thank you very much, Princesa, and the room is all yours. The title of the paper that we're going to hear now is Finding Another Way Out of Darkness, Looking to Alternate Electrical Systems and the Role in Puerto Rican Disaster Mitigation and Decolonization. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. That was a very lovely introduction. So yes, my name is Princesa, and today I will be focusing on alternate electrical systems and their role in disaster mitigation and decolonization in Puerto Rico. So I start with looking at the root of the problem currently, which is that after Hurricane Maria, the blackout that passed through the island that lasted about a year was an international wake-up call to the fragility of Puerto Rico's electrical system and the fatality that its failure causes. The blackout accelerated proposals from the local government as well as the Fiscal Oversight Management Board, or La Junta, to privatize the electrical utility against public will and against expert opinions that it would increase utility rates and increase the reliance on imported fossil fuels. And the privatization efforts also have largely ignored alternate efforts that have been widely known in the island to that actually focus on electrical generation based off of renewable energy and public benefit, as opposed to small extractivist benefit for a select few corporate beneficiaries. And I argue that continuing the system does not change the susceptibility to human or environmental damage, nor does it change the fact that the current uses of fossil fuels emit greenhouse gases into the environment. So considering this, I argue that to choose to privatize the electrical utility is a deliberate choice that reinforms Puerto Rico's neocolonial relationship to the US. And I further argue that the entire system has never operated for human benefit and only for capital accumulation, and is therefore by nature perpetuating the natural disasters that we saw in Maria, that we recently saw in Hurricane Fiona. So what I look to do is to compare and contrast the history of the electrical utilities evolution and the current alternate electrical systems that have been proposed. I divided the presentation into two parts. The first half reviews the evolution of the utility, like I said, and then the second part looks at the alternate energies. Excuse me. Okay. So the electrical utilities that started in Puerto Rico actually began in the 1800s, the late 1800s, towards the end of the Spanish rule. They were largely telegraph, telegram, and railroad units for the benefit of the sugar industries. These sugar industries were mostly aimed towards the U.S. markets towards the end of the 19th century. And it was a large influence into the US's emergence into war with Spain. And upon its victory, Puerto Rico became a territory of the United States. And with that, the United States expanded on the electrical utilities that were already in the island for the express purpose of improving and growing the sugar industry for US interests. In 1915, the Carite hydroelectric power plant was developed and open operations to begin irrigation so that they could, so that greater amounts of sugar could be produced. And within 1 year, you actually saw about 40,000 tons more sugar produced in the island than their highest known yield year to that date. At the same time, the rural masses that largely worked in the canes and the grinding facilities in that same industry lived in abject poverty with hardly any furniture, in small houses, and did not use any electricity despite it starting to grow across the island. The success of Carite actually influenced a second power plant in 1922, another expansion in 1924, and the expansion of the island wide system into the Toronego hydroelectric plant in 1929. And all of these were originally intended for small supplements to irrigation, but with the amount of benefit that they had to the sugar industry, they expanded rapidly and eventually led to a greater push for industrialization, especially when New Deal programs realized that the expanding electricity would help expand a potential for industrialization on the island. And the first wave overall, the rural electrification has been looked at as something that gave a better quality of life to most Puerto Ricans. But actually, the first wave was more for the express purpose of aiding into the government in developing the island's natural resources, specifically hydroelectric power, specifically for industry. And then the second wave, so the first wave was about 1935, and then the second wave happened more in the 50s, and was aimed towards increasing the electrical power for people to only about 20%. And the push towards greater greater access to power was more for diversifying the economy, with benefits to everyday citizens taking a second seat. And while eventually most citizens did achieve access to electrical power, it did not really happen until 1964, 1963, when about 94% of the population had electric power. The push to industrialization in 1941 was accelerated with greater powers given to the Puerto Rico Water Resources Authority. And this included the purchase of private hydroelectric systems and steam plants in San Juan and Mayagüez in 1942, and the U.S. from a steam electric station from the U.S. Navy in 1946. And these increased the power generating potential for the entire system of industrialization and increased industrial potential. And because of this, there was a push towards shifting away from the beginning phases of Operation Bootstrap, which focused on labor intensive industries, and in order to especially to avoid the gains that working people were making towards labor rights and towards higher wages, the capital intensive petrochemical companies were industry was pushed, starting with 2 oil refineries built in Puerto Rico in 1955. They were to turn Venezuelan crude oil into cheap fuel oil for electric utilities to use to provide for industries cheap fuel sources and cheap material sources and cheap electrical power. In 1973, the oil crisis increased the price of electricity, which encouraged a lot of corporations to flee, while Puerto Rican citizens were incentivized to reduce consumption for the corporations that were remaining. The susceptibility of the utility towards changes in the oil market and towards an isolated system where there was no backup when oil was too expensive made the local government and the economic developmental groups look towards alternative resources or alternative energy sources, but ultimately were left to mostly use petrochemical resources. And in the meantime, the Puerto Rican society would have to make do with the high energy costs. Excuse me, this is my first time presenting, so I'm very nervous and I really apologize. So with the gradual reduction of industrial presence in 1996, the tax codes that incentivized their presence in the island were removed, and the resulting contraction of the local economy to reduce the electrical utility from something that was largely beneficial towards industry to just a political tool, because it was no longer necessary to gain for capital gain. Maintenance was reduced, especially after the economy shrunk in 2006 when the tax codes were phased out, in 2008, and then later on when Promesa was passed in 2016. And most recently, there have been apagones, not only with Hurricane Maria, but also in 2016. And then when, again, in 2022, earlier this year, when the utility was privatized. Sorry. So there have been common themes throughout these different phases, but ultimately one of the biggest ones has been that the different utilities have been used for extractivist purposes. And then meanwhile, there have been two projects outside of, there's been projects with the University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez, which looks to combine distributed generation, microgrid systems, and smart grid systems towards a more diversified and more democratized approach at electrical generation. The use of distributed generation microgrids is intended towards not only decentralizing the current system from the main power sources dotted around the country to more small scale neighborhood or communal generation sources. And then also the use of a smart grid was designed so that participants could, or citizens really could, purchase electricity from various fuel sources or for different purposes, and not just be expected to use one system, that being PREPA or LUMA. And then they also designed a marketplace that was intended so that someone who, say, might have a solar panel could contribute towards the available electricity in the island for purchase. Unfortunately, the project has been put on hold due to austerity and budget cuts in the University of Puerto Rico system, but it does allude to a more high-tech possibility that could be used in the island instead of just what's there now. And then there's also Casa Pueblo and Energy Insurrection, which has come from a grassroots organization that's based in Ajuntas, Puerto Rico. They started using solar panels in 1999 and expanded their electrical system on their house, on the Casa Pueblo house in 2017, about 3 months before Hurricane Maria passed. And when it passed, the organization was able to provide electricity for people to charge dialysis machines and respiratory therapy machines. And then from there, they began what's been called an energy resurrection, because they have decided to distribute solar lamps and communal fridges. They've been working towards solar powering emergency services. And they've entered into agreements with local businesses that they provide solar power, and then in exchange, those businesses contribute to a nonprofit fund that continue to help the projects that they have on the island, or excuse me, not in the municipality. In these pictures, there's one on the left. There's a local pizza shop that had these solar panels installed on the rooftop. On the right, there's a local hardware store, and there's also a standalone solar panel that was installed, just to give an idea of what they have been doing, and they've been doing throughout the municipality, despite being small resources and being mostly volunteer-based. Overall, both projects involve democratized energy generation. They rely mostly on renewable energy, and they recognize the impact that the colonial relationship has on the energy usage in the island. Overall, the current electricity system has historically, sorry, that was my own timer. This is my last slide. The current system has been used towards a colonial relationship that has been largely extractivist. And natural disasters are created mostly by institutions that fail to protect the lives of people, but the current electrical system has not ever been built for people, and it's in that way doomed towards disaster. While alternate energy projects directly confront that current electrical system and question the colonial status. And if one could apply a Marxist analysis towards these by saying that both groups are looking towards seizing the means of production, even though none of them really has any particular political line, they're just working towards better electrical power. One could also apply a Boehme-Reed analysis by saying that the way that both groups are looking towards centering Puerto Rican lives and Puerto Rican land towards the betterment of all is directly confronting the colonial relationship with electricity and revaluing what has been devalued. And ultimately, by doing so, these alternate energy projects inherently mitigate disaster by designing around people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Princesa, and for such a fascinating presentation, and congrats on your first conference presentation. If I understood well, this is the first one. So thank you so much for sharing this very data-rich information with us. And I'm sure there will be many questions. I have some in mind already. I'm looking forward to knowing more about these perspectives you're dealing with, which are very interesting. Now we can go to the second presentation, and then we can have a session of questions and answers at the end, if that's okay. I'll introduce the next panel or the next paper within this panel. The researchers who will be discussing the next paper are Ayesha Siddiqui, Maria Jose Montoya, Martha Bell, and Rafael Mendoza. Ayesha Siddiqui is assistant professor at the Department of Geography at the University of Cambridge. She's a PI on the BA-funded project El Niño and flash floods in Peru, bringing knowledge on Furia de los Ríos and Western science to understand lag time. Maria Jose Montoya is a research assistant within this project. Martha Bell is associate professor at the Department of Geography at Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú, and she's the co-PI on the project. And Rafael Mendoza is a postdoctoral research fellow, also working within this project, El Niño and flash floods in Peru, bringing knowledge on Furia de los Ríos and Western science to understand lag time. It is wonderful to see collaborations between early career and more experienced researchers. So the room is all yours. The title of this paper is actually a question: disasters as inequality or inequality as disasters, flooding and power in small town Peru. The room is yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we have a team presentation, and all members of the research team will be speaking. So we're going to try and be disciplined and not speak for more than kind of 5 minutes each. And I'm just going to share our PowerPoint. Yeah. Share. Whoops. Yes, and then start the slideshow. Right. So what we're going to do is, and thank you for that really on-point introduction as well. That kind of covers a lot of what we were going to say in our first slide. What we're going to talk about today is an ongoing project. We are looking at flooding in the north coast of Peru around Piura that took place in 2017. And what the British Academy is doing is they're funding us to look at a specific window of time after the peak rainfall gets to that point where it results in high level of water rise. And that kind of time frame is normally calculated through hydrological models. But what we suggested to them was that we want to bring in other interdisciplinary perspectives to look at this. So we have social geography and anthropology kind of working together. And on one side, we have historical geography and we have hydrology, and we're all trying to examine this lag time issue beyond just the mathematical calculation. But what we're actually talking about today is something different. So this is the kind of surprise aha element that we're going to talk about, and that's really around the sociocultural geographies in this part of Peru, and discuss some fieldwork data with you. So we're currently in kind of phase 2 of our project. We had a long stint of data collection between February and July, and now we're kind of working our way through this data and looking at what people who were affected by this flooding around the field site that you'll also hear about, what they're telling us and what this data is saying. And in particular, what we're particularly interested in for the purpose of this presentation and this paper is going beyond lag time to really understand sociocultural geographies of risk. And the reason this map is in front of you is because for most people, most of our interviewee respondents who live outside of the city of Piura, primarily around Catacaos and surrounding areas, the flood was not really, is not directly attributable to rainwater, but to these blue and red infrastructural interventions in the form of dikes, canals, drains, etc. And it was within people's narratives, the breaching of these that resulted in their homes being flooded and their lives being affected. So the time of concentration, the lag time, all of that set aside, that's a separate issue. What we're really trying to understand right now is that in what people are saying to us, there is a lot more around infrastructure that is responsible. So what is it really about infrastructure, the way that it's being used to manage, control the river, that we're learning from the new data that we've generated. And the first thing that I kind of want to highlight is that, of course, there is a political ecology around this flooding infrastructure in the flooding infrastructure in the north coast of Peru. Of course, there is a very evident understanding within people's narratives, within their testimonies around political power and social organization, resulting in particular kinds of dikes being constructed here or there, particular people having power to break those dikes to save their own lands. There is that whole element of inequality within the way that this infrastructure was involved in flooding their homes and their lands. And of course, within these narratives, there is a category that's privileged and for whom the infrastructure was used to protect or to save, between rural and urban, between titled landowners and informal landowners, between poor and rich. So there is that element of what political ecology tells us around there's no such thing that's entirely natural around these kinds of constellations. It's very much driven by political and social power. And we we also kind of recognize that there is a particular political assemblage of these floods as well. There is an interaction of the human and the non-human, right? There are the natural circulations around the way that the water flows, where the infrastructure was built to contain and control this water, and what kinds of social values, etc., were involved in privileging particular kinds of regimes of power and sacrificing others. And that whole kind of relational dynamic, the relationship between the infrastructure, the drains, the dikes, etc., the unpredictability of the river, the political authority, and the way that it's trying to control this water body, all of that, of course, resulted in a particular kind of political assemblage that resulted in flooding this piece of land. But then we want to kind of suggest that there are tensions within this assemblage and within this organization of people, of infrastructure and land. And so there isn't like one pervasive narrative. The narrative is choppy and broken, and there are tensions within. And in some ways, there are really productive tensions. And we think in some ways that the tensions are almost more interesting than what we're learning on the political ecology or on the assemblage angle. And those tensions are broadly structured around three themes. And now you're going to hear from my colleagues on those three themes. There is a tension between the infrastructure is inadequate. It wasn't high enough. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't strong enough. And so this is inadequate, but yet we need more. So it's not enough, but we it's not good enough, and it doesn't save us, and it doesn't keep the water out of our homes, but still we want more of it. There's also a tension between, is this infrastructure really a technical intervention, and was it used primarily as a technical intervention, or is it political? Is it because certain political powers had certain political interests? And then there is a tension between the river being a really menacing agent that just causes problems, and the river as being a really important part of sociocultural life. And now you're going to hear a bit more about the history of this and the field site from Martha.
Okay, thank you, Aisha. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, can you go back to thank you. Okay, so as Aisha mentioned, and I'll try not to be too repetitive, but our study site is the city of Catacaos and its immediate rural surroundings. Catacaos is located on the north coast of Peru, just south of the regional capital city of Piura, which you can see, I don't have the pointer, but you can find it on the map. And it's located along the Piura River. The north coast of Peru is well known for being extremely dry, except when ENSO enters the El Niño phase. In these moments, huge amounts of rainfall in very short periods, causing both pluvial and fluvial floods. So El Niño events occur semi-regularly, and there have been a handful of especially damaging ones over the past 150 years or so, and probably you've heard about several of them, the most recent being a sort of irregular event in 2017. So in regular years, the area is quite dry. One second. The area is quite dry, and agricultural production relies on irrigation. This irrigation comes from Piura's two main rivers, the Piura and the Chira. And here it's worth noting that the Piura River is very seasonal. If we're talking in its natural, unaltered, unadjusted flow, its natural flow is dependent on rains in its upper valley during several months of the year, October to May, more or less. And these rains can generate high flow events and also flooding as well. These are known locally as the avenidas. And if left to its own devices, given these avenidas, the river migrates significantly within its floodplain. So those are some general features of the physical geography of the area. Like a lot of other Peruvian cities in the past decades, Piura has experienced rapid urban expansion, and the region has also experienced significant agro-industrial development, both of which really have put pressure on the more traditional small farmers in the area. Of course, these territorial dynamics are not really that new. They're rooted in really long histories of colonial racialized dynamics. While too complicated to delve into here in any real depth, I just would like to mention that Catacaos was a 17th century reducción indígena, which is a forced resettlement of indigenous people located separate and at some distance from the Spanish city, which was Piura. So there's a distinction dating back to the colonial period of which population lives in which site. Nowadays, the city and its surroundings are part of a large campesino community, San Juan Bautista de Catacaos. So all of this, and this is sort of the assemblage that Aisha was mentioning, but this climate, history, economics, urban development, relationships between groups in the area, we just have a lot of interacting components which have given rise to the tensions that my colleagues will discuss in the next section. However, before we get to that, I would just like to mention a few key aspects of the history of hydraulic infrastructure in the area to give us a little bit more context when we're talking about what's going on nowadays. So starting in the colonial Piura city and rural surroundings, 16th century through really the same patterns are continuing through mid 19th century. The annual avenidas of the river were generally regarded as beneficial. These were vital for soil fertility, for providing irrigation and moisture for crops. And there were lots of small fields located within the floodplain that really depended on these annual cycles of the river. Drought, or at least really extreme variability in water availability, was the major concern. So infrastructure projects tended to be focused on irrigation, damming parts of the river, building canals, providing a steady and secure source of water for fields in general. In Piura, its surroundings, in rural Catacaos, the whole area. So you can see some of these projects. This would be the river, and these would be these more small scale canals. Thank you, Aisha, that I mentioned. Many of these were small scale, serving one hacienda, one estate, one company, one settlement, one whatever. However, these canals, the El Nino rains that I mentioned, as well as the annual avenidas, could cause severe damages. So these could wash out crops that have already been planted, but more importantly, could destroy irrigation infrastructure, mainly through changing the course of the river. So here on the map, you can also see how different El Nino events, 1871, 1891, this is a map from early 20th century, shifted and caused the river to migrate in its floodplain, really causing adjustments to the irrigation landscape. So at different scales, from individual farmers to hacienda or large estate owners, and starting in the mid-19th century, the national government gets involved. There's just a lot of ideas that circulate about what should be done in the Piura River. And at a general level, these ideas are really based in a social differentiation of the region. So we have different players having different concepts of what should be built and whose interests should be protected. And many of these players are the typical ones that you would expect: Lima-based engineers, large landowners that live in Piura or the surroundings, and as they were called in actual documents, the Indios of Catacaos. Engineer reports, for instance, from the late 19th and early 20th centuries are permeated really with a tone of paternalistic racism towards the farmers in Catacaos, and in some cases, inequality of irrigation access is explicitly linked or explained as the root of social problems. So this is really giving a lot of the basis for the reality in which the tensions that exist nowadays occur. I'll just end by mentioning a couple small other details, which is it's not really until the late 19th and early 20th century that, talking about rains and floods, we start to hear the words damages and disasters in this concept. So these are ideas that are introduced at the same time, really, that the national government is getting involved in irrigation, agriculture, and agricultural development in the region. For example, after the 1891 floods, priority was given to post-flood drainage and rebuilding damaged irrigation infrastructure. Protecting agricultural production was at the forefront. But also in 1892, also in response to the same event, the first calls to construct provisional defenses in Piura and Catacaos indicate also a simultaneous growing interest in flood protection for urban areas. And then finally, in 1924, the channelization works of the river are beginning to be undertaken. The idea was to rid the capital city of the floods to which it is exposed. Throughout this whole thing, we have a third tension or a third presence in the story, which is the river itself. The river in historical descriptions of infrastructure plans, disaster reports, agricultural projects, it's just always present. It's always a presence in the landscape part of the story. And most of the time it's called El Río Loco, the crazy river that abandons or claims, presumably, land at will. So this is an idea that has deep roots and that I hope my colleagues will continue to develop in the rest of the talk.
Okay, so almost 100 years ago, in 1925, a great flood devastated the area. After that, people started demanding the government to build the defenses, river dikes. But it wasn't until the 1970s that the government actually built the defenses for the river to protect the people from the river. And that was good for people, but however, the defenses were built higher and stronger in Piura city and in the urban area of Catacaos. But what happens when you protect more one sector of a river, the river course, you protect more one sector, well, actually you make the other parts, the other sectors more vulnerable. Because yeah, the river contains water, the water is going to overflow somewhere anyway, and it's going to be more prone, more likely that that will happen in the more vulnerable area, while the more protected area is going to be safe. And that's exactly what happened in the area. Piura city and the Catacaos city were not affected by floods from 1972, when the defenses were built, to 2017. But rural Catacaos was inundated in 1983, 1988, 2002, 2004, and finally in 2017. People knew that, of course, people knew that. In rural Catacaos, people knew that and resented that fact. And that's why when in 2017, there was another flood, there was another severe, great flood, because El Niño, the river broke the defenses first in Piura city. But after that, the defenses also broke in the rural parts of Catacaos, affecting the rural people of Catacaos. So people in rural Catacaos started blaming the government. They said, basically, the government intentionally broke the defenses in rural Catacaos to save the people in Piura city, to save the people in urban areas. Why? Because they wanted to protect their houses, their rich cars, their whatever they have there. And that's why they broke the defenses, they breached the defenses in rural Catacaos to alleviate, to make the water flow and affect the rural Catacaos while saving the Piura city. This is a narrative that in concrete fact, we don't believe that happened, but it's a narrative that is pervasive in the area, and it shows one aspect of the intertwined or complex relationship that people have with infrastructure, and that we are going to see in the next three narratives about three conflicting narratives that we have about people, social inequality, and infrastructure. Now, Maria Jose has the floor.
Okay, thank you, Rafael. So regarding the first tension, Aisha said that while the infrastructure proved to be inadequate in 2017, people still claimed for more infrastructure, said that more infrastructure was needed. So it failed in 2017, in the 2017 floods, it failed in Piura and in the urban and rural areas of Catacaos. And as a response, still there was this consensus among the population that the dikes should be built higher and also reinforced with different materials. And this tension, at the same time, linked to social equality in urban and rural Catacaos. So this is why people feel negged by the government and also not equal to the rich people in Piura. Here in the image, we can see a photo of the desilting works in 2020. And in the wall, it says, "Overflow, never again," in una más. With this, we also want to say that the affected population have their own ideas and their opinions on exactly how to build better infrastructure. This is a topic that many people talk about. So please, can we go to the next slide? Here we wanted to show a photo of the former governor of Piura next to Burbank after the 2017 overflow. This is a reflection of how infrastructure also proved to be inadequate, even in the capital city of the region, in Piura. So this leads us to the second tension that we previously talked about. Can we go to the next? Okay. So there's this clear opposition between the perspectives of the experts and those affected by the unequal building of the defenses. On one hand, we have the experts' view, stating that the defenses are lower in Catacaos because of technical criteria. And on the other hand, we have the people in rural areas of Catacaos seeing this decision not as technical, but as political, linking it to racism and also on the greater development and urban development in Piura city. So given the situation of inequality experienced in the construction of infrastructure, the narrative about the intentional breach of the dikes that Rafael mentioned is assumed to be true among the affected people. One of our interviews even said, like in simple words, while immediate authorities that were involved in this event, that they said, let the rural people of Catacaos be flooded. No, so in this first slide, we can see how the dikes were covered in concrete in Piura city. They even, the regional government even painted these propaganda messages in the dikes. You can see that in the image. And then in the next slide, we can compare these works with how the dikes are with the current state of the dikes in rural Catacaos. They are made of, they are not covered in concrete, they are lower. So Rafael will continue talking about the third tension.
Okay, just to finish, because I think our time is gone. Well, yeah, what we found also in the ethnographic part of the project is that people have a really complex, a deep relationship with the river. So the river, in the interview, you can see that the river has its own agency. People think that the river is like an independent entity that decides. The river changes its courses all the time, like Marta said in the middle of the presentation. The river finds its own bed. They said in Spanish, actually, they said something like el río encuentra su cama, because the river can change its courses and the water find their ways to stay there or to spread around. And also the river is a threat for people. When it rains a lot, the people can feel that the river is a threat, but also the river is a place of memories. The river banks are a place where people used to play when they were children. This is a place where people fish, farm, and they have memories attached to the river and to the river banks. And that's something that we are still exploring in our research, in the ethnographic part of the research. And we will continue inform you the next year about our findings. So I think just to finish, also the nasty part, also the river is a part where people throw their garbage in some of the banks of the river. Okay, so I guess the time is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the team for this collaborative presentation. It's very interesting. And I see points of contact with the previous presentation by Princesa, in the sense that I think that both your researchers or your presentations allow us to see the ties and tensions between the technical dimension and the sociocultural political dimension of environmental degradation, disasters, environmental issues worldwide, but particularly in the context of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Okay, right. Well, thank you. And thank you for everybody who's come today to this session of the conference. Today, we're looking at state and institutional responses to a disaster. And before we start, just let you know, I'm chairing this session. I'm Rupert Knox, Dr. Rupert Knox. I'm a visiting fellow and lecturer at the Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies. And I've been kindly invited to chair this session. So we've got three panelists. One at the moment we're still waiting on to arrive, but she has a big time difference, so hopefully she will appear in process. But we've got two to start off with James Shepherd-Barron and Ignacio Rios. And to start with, we're going to have a presentation by James Shepherd-Barron called the Calculus of Calamity and Lessons from Haiti and Dominica. James is a disaster risk management consultant, practicing humanitarian coordinator and adjunct professor of international disaster management at Fordham University Institute of International Humanitarian Affairs. Having worked in over 30 natural disasters and conflict zones around the world, he now advises governments, UN agencies, and international NGOs on disaster risk management policy and practice, most recently in Ukraine, Syria, DRC, and Sierra Leone. A former UN official with WHO and Global Director of Emergencies for Care International, James was the British government's disaster management advisor in Dominica following Hurricane Maria in 2017, and was a member of the UN's coordination team in Haiti following the earthquake in 2010. So with that wealth of experience and expertise in the field, I'm going to let James start this off, and then subsequently I'll introduce the next speaker when we reach that stage. So James.
Thank you and good morning. I hope you can all hear me okay. And good morning from a sunny but rather noisy New York City. So forgive me if there's background background noise interferes from time to time. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this. I think this is a fascinating subject. I listened with interest yesterday, and I'll try to ground the recollections of my experience in what I was hearing yesterday about the complexity of the human side of it all. So these are recollections, and as the introduction said, they're personal recollections, because I was actually there in Haiti and Dominica. It's not exhaustive, it's just to highlight some of the points I'd like to make. And I call it the calculus of calamity for a reason. I'd like to be able to advance the slides, but I can't. In fact, I can't see anybody now. Oscar, can you hear me and see me?
Yeah, I can hear and see you. Do you
All right.
Oh, the slides are advanced now.
All right, so it's advanced now. The calculus of calamity is a model. It's a risk management model. Actually it's an integrated optimization model, which I put together largely on the back of my experiences in places like Haiti and Dominica. Managing disaster risk. Its purpose is to reduce disaster risk by enabling a coherent, risk-informed decision-making process. Its purpose is to reduce avoidable death and increase life expectancy thereby, reduce loss, by which I mean capital loss and environmental loss particularly, enhance social protection, which is often left as either a sector or a cross-cutting issue, but it's rather left to one side, so it's to embed that. Crucially, introduce the value for money component, which is the side of disaster risk management that donors look at, but do so in a way that embeds health economics and particularly disability-adjusted life years into the prioritization process, and also confer legal accountability, by which I mean that a risk-informed public, and the public are becoming more risk-informed the world over, expect to have decisions about life and death taken by people who know what they're doing. The calculus of calamity looks broadly at 60 of 2,000 odd determinants of disaster, 60 of the main risk factors, and it does so across all scales, i.e. from disaster risk reduction through readiness, response, and recovery, whether it be national emergency or an international disaster requiring external response from abroad. It does it across all sectors, of which there are 11 formal sectors in the humanitarian sphere, but there are about another 11 cross-cutting areas, such as HIV, for example, or disability. It looks at all hazards, so not just natural disasters, not just natural hazards, but technological, space-based, etc. The new wave, if I can call it that, in disaster risk reduction in terms of embedding all institutions into the prioritization and planning mix, NGOs, Red Cross, as well as government and UN entities, and of course, local institutions coming at the top of that pile. And also looking at embedding these domains of social protection I mentioned, disaster epidemiology, i.e. taking evidence bases, not just about the medical side, but the trends and patterns in what is going on in the environment around you and in the region, maybe even globally, although that's less relevant today. Behavioral psychology, the risky behaviors people might or might not take, health economics I mentioned, and new thinking and the latest thinking in public and business administration. This is what the calculus actually looks like. Slight apologies. It basically just says a disaster is the sum of risk, relative risk, human behavior, the hazard itself, vulnerability, exposure, resilience, and then the management of all those components in terms of operational capacity, the way information is managed and communicated. And the theta on the top right there is about the value for money component. Before you get completely overwhelmed by all the hieroglyphics, what I've just told you in a couple of minutes is basically a complete master's degree course. So don't get too worried about it. I'm going to take you through each of these hieroglyphs and try and ground them in the actuality, if I can call it that. So disasters, let's remind ourselves, are not divine tragedies. They are processes, and long-term processes at that. The impacts of a disaster last for generations, not just weeks and months. People seem to forget that, even though it's obvious when you say it in the cold light of dawn now. They are the function of years of accumulated risk, not least risk compounded by poor or politicized management. So hazards are inevitable, but the disasters that emanate are optional. I also want to introduce the thought that when discussing disasters, you do so in relative terms. The media, and even when you're involved in a disaster, there will tend to be a focus on how many people died. Actually, that's all very well, but from a planning point of view, you actually need to focus all of these things in epidemiological terms, like per 100,000 people. How many people died who were exposed out of X 100,000? And that way you can begin to make some rational decisions about scope and scale of response, both within the country and in the region. Each of us has different acceptable risk profiling. We know ourselves, we think we know ourselves, what is acceptable risk, but in fact we don't. Humans are entirely unreliable. And so here I group risk as perceived risk, and it's a risk factor in its own right. At least I say so in the calculus. It is a risk factor in its own right, and it should be treated as such. And human behavior will follow from that. And as we all know, our behavior it changes from minute to minute. There is a strong disaster dissonance always. People say one thing and do another. I think in California, Arnie Schwarzenegger, when he was the governor there, was fond of saying that when threatened by a tsunami and the population of California was told to take to the hills, half of them did, but the other half went down to the beach to watch, which made his life a bit difficult. So he would say. Trutier landfill site in Port-au-Prince in Haiti. I talk about this in terms of human behavior. If you have no option but to eke out your living, if not your survival, by digging through rubble and rubbish, then that is going to affect, the context of that is going to affect your behavior. So it's all very well, as somebody said yesterday, couching what we do in the rhetoric of disaster risk management, but the reality can often be very different. And I also show this photograph to highlight that when you're managing some of this stuff, if you've got a compacting lorry like they have here, well, that's a pretty minor miracle in itself. But the fact is that you want to think very carefully about the incentives and who's paying whom how much to take a load down to the infill site. Where is the infill site? Who's managing it? Is it properly designed, et cetera, et cetera? There's an awful lot of technical stuff, but there's also a lot of behavioral stuff involved that you have to think about as a disaster manager. In the early recovery phase, I think this picture from Dominica, debris clearance, always a massive one. But when you have a lot of trees down, chainsaws begin to proliferate, and you have to remember that chainsaws are weapons of mass destruction in the wrong hands. And the importation, the management, the maintenance, whose hands they get into, you can end up with more people in what little hospitalization capacity exists from chainsaw injury than you do from the disaster itself. So you have to take chainsaws extremely carefully. You're also handing somebody a livelihood. You're turning them into a tree surgeon or an arborist. And the chances are, this is what I think with the fire department, which is where it should start. But in many countries around the world, it gets much, much bigger than that. Government has to get involved and regulate who has access to this sort of machinery. And the chainsaw is just the beginning. What about the logging mills to recycle some of the rubble and lumber so that you can actually use it in the recovery effort? Fiduciary risk is just one of the different types of risk, because you've got physical, political, environmental, 18 different types of risk at least. But I mentioned fiduciary risk for two reasons, particularly in Dominica. Having access to cash is as important as having access to food and water. The market cannot rebound and people cannot buy things to survive if they don't have cash. There's always a run on the banks if you've got warning of a disaster. So this is a whole topic of its own, but normally a central bank will need 3 to 5 times more low denomination notes ready to disperse through ATMs if they work. And in Pakistan right now, they're flying in 200 ATMs just to service the flood affected area, because they realize that the cash access is important. But I also mentioned fiduciary risk rather than cash access, because to get the markets to rebound and function, you need some kind of insurance, and extending lines of credit to wholesalers matters. Otherwise, you will delay wholesale imports of foodstuffs by ship, especially important in the Caribbean, of course, by not weeks, but months. So all of these things have to be put in place. And I'm not going to talk about sovereign catastrophe bonds, because the Caribbean is quite advanced on those, but it's a complex process. There are 311, I think, different types of disaster, and they're loosely grouped into 9 categories. Technological, I mentioned, and environmental. I want to just focus on hurricanes. Hurricanes are wonky. So as the winds sweep across the island of the Northern Hemisphere counterclockwise, death and destruction will be probably, all things equal, 2/3 to the right of track and 1/3 to the left of track. And that's to do with rotational wind speeds and translational wind speeds. And wind speeds themselves, if wind speed increases by 20%, damage increases by 300%. What that means is that if you are responsible for allocating search and rescue assets, send 2/3 of them anyway to the right of track rather than to the left, at least initially, but all things equal. So it depends on the topography. You also want to think about storm surge, which equally comes in harder to the right than it does to the left. And watersheds for landslide and flooding risk, the mapping of which can all be done in advance, because you're not actually going to know the track of the hurricane over the ground that much in advance. But when you apply it, overlay it to the watershed management risk mapping, you'll quickly see where your stresses and strains appear, your risks are. I've lumped vulnerability, exposure, and resilience together because you're trying to reduce vulnerability, reduce exposure, and increase resilience. In Haiti, one of the major problems when you have building collapses in an urban environment, you've got mass casualty events, is you've got extensive crush injuries. I think in Haiti, there were 62 international disaster response teams. 1,800 specialists flew in, 82 dogs, all of whom need housing and feeding, etc. And they produce 132 live rescues, which is fantastic. But I talked about health economics before. Each live rescue cost over $2 million in real terms, and that's not including the fact that these are volunteers flying in. I make no comment about the ethics of all of this, but as an economist, wearing the economist hat, you're going to have to think about, do you manage this? When do you say no to more teams wanting to fly in? There are other risks too, dust inhalation particularly, tetanus is a good one. And for example, the coverage rates for tetanus vaccination are a good indicator of of vulnerability, albeit a proxy. You've got to think too about when these buildings were built, asbestosis, where they were built, when they were built, how they were built. In an earthquake zone, buildings of 5 to 8 stories collapse more than any other, probably because of the generation they were built in and the technology available at the time. But the fact is, they do. And I want to talk a little, just mention particularly spinal injury, because this is part of the resilience building program, first aid. This is actually way beyond first aid. This is second aid, because when people are extracted from the rubble, and I mentioned 132 live rescues in Port-au-Prince, nearly half of those went on to die later because the treatment for crush injury was inadequate. The equipment, the hemostatic dialysis machinery, which is quite simple, doesn't require a lot of electricity, for example, should be one of the first things on one of the first flights in. As it happened, it was in Haiti, but there were only 3 when actually about 33 were needed. So a lot of people died unnecessarily, and so it is with spinal injury. A lot of people are incapacitated, paralyzed, as they are rescued through rough handling. So you really need to know and train people at the local level in how to deal with that. I'll talk quickly about management. I'm talking about operational capacity here. That could be financial, could be material, could be human. The support, this is Dominica, about the only building that wasn't flattened. Room far too small, management far too weak. It's a small island state. What can you expect? Well, you can expect regional support, and the Caribbean is really good at that. But in this particular case, for Hurricane Maria in 2017, the support was too slow and wasn't enough. You always need more than you think. It's a very complicated and very complex business. I'm not casting aspersions on Sedima here, who did a great job, but this is complicated, and we need to have people who know what they're doing all the time. In terms of operational capacity in the Caribbean, particularly, you're going to be relying on military assets. If you chuck stuff out of the back of a helicopter, you're going to kill people. So airdrops are never a good idea, which makes everything much more complicated because you've got to get on the ground in advance. Logistics are everything. So what your ports and airports can accept and move is vital. I think 7 navies were involved in Dominica. I think this is the Dutch. And one has to think very carefully about your civil-military cooperation, i.e. who's actually in command and who can say that ship docks and that ship doesn't. Well, basically, it's not the port authority, it's the government. And so here's another Dutch ship coming in to supply water. The problem not being the ship, which has a vast reverse osmosis plant on board, but the fact there was only 2 trucks in the whole country that could transport this water up to the hospital. Everybody needed water, but you have to prioritize where you're going to send it. Yesterday, we talked about the electrical supply. How do you get electricity to people in terms of their mobile phone recharging for a start? Well, of course, there are ways of doing it with solar. There are ways of using solar energy to produce reverse osmosis at local street level too, which was done in Haiti. Can become quickly politicized. Lots of fuel needed to run the plant because solar won't be enough alone to run reverse osmosis plants. Unsolicited donations. This is a British government aid flight, Chinook helicopter coming in from a resupply ship offshore, and in it was totally unusable stuff.
James, can I just say just 3 minutes? Just a few more minutes, 3 minutes.
That's fine. Perfect. Okay. I'll just finish. This particular helicopter had 2 white cars from Gibraltar, a mark and a make that nobody'd ever heard of. But thank the Lord, they were full of fuel. So we siphoned the fuel out and used the fuel to unload more important stuff while the cars just sat gathering dust. You can say no, and should sometimes. When managing Don't be afraid to do real-time evaluations. On information management, do your risk mapping in advance. Make sure you communicate through social media largely, with websites, what's going on and what the trends are. Use technology. Mobile phones can do fantastic things now, including project death rates in building collapses, etc. And on efficiency, look very carefully and embed the whole process of value for money and how a disability adjusted life year can and must be used to help you prioritize. It's not that you can say this is better than the other. It's just that having some quantifiable measure of basically of the delta there of risk helps you have a discussion which does not go around in circles, but helps you allocate resources. So my final slide is about accountability. Why does this matter? All of this leads to the need to include everybody. This bottom-up process that came out yesterday, and it is easy to think of disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction as a top-down process with exclusionary language. It mustn't be. You've got to include it. Localization means authority is devolved to the lowest possible level, always, which means you've got to professionalize the people that do it. They need to be qualified. I would posit that the calculus of calamity creates a great 100 modules in it. I said it was a master's degree in its own right. It's a great curriculum for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We got back to the. Do you want to? That's it. Perfect. Thank you very much, James. That is a really fascinating presentation. I should just put my video on as well. Yeah, that was absolutely fascinating. So I'm going to turn now to Ignacio. Can I just say, I just forgot to mention early on the housekeeping on the recording that the speakers, all the speakers are being recorded during this session, but the Q&A won't be recorded. And again, the timing wise, I had meant to say that try and aim for 15 minutes for each speaker. So we've got time for a substantial Q&A at the end. So just turning now to Ignacio Rios's presentation. He's from the University of Chile. And his paper is entitled The Underestimated Role of Natural Disaster Litigation, the 2010 Chilean Experience. And he is a lawyer and professor of private law at the University of Chile. He holds an LLM from UCL and an MPhil Master in Philosophy and Law at the University of Oxford, and is a DPhil in Law candidate at the University of Oxford as well. So an extensive experience and knowledge of law, and bring this to bear on this paper in the experience of Chile. So Ignacio, it's your you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Rupert. First of all, many thanks for the center and Oscar for organizing this wonderful conference. Also, I am very honored to share this panel with James. And let me see if I can. Yeah. So this presentation is structured as follows. My first point will be briefly explain my project. This is part of my PhD project, and then the case study. Next, I will give you an overview of the legal doctrine of natural disasters, the literature of natural disaster in terms of law. Then I will focus on tort law and what I think is the role of litigation in natural disaster. So, of course, as Rupert just mentioned, this is a good time to make a few of disclaimer. I am professor of law at the University of Chile, so I am not a specialist in disaster. I teach private law and particularly tort. I mean liability between individuals and state liability. So for that reason, this presentation seems a little bit specific, but I hope it will be a contribution in other disaster fields. So this is a project about understanding how the law reacts to a significant external event. My thesis seeks to explain the role of tort law in dealing with natural catastrophes or disaster. I know that is a long debate about the terminology. By examining a specific case study, the 2010 Chilean earthquake and subsequent tsunami. In particular, the thesis aims to explore the effect that this specific event has had on Chilean tort law. So the nature of the thesis is about legal change, including to what extent the law of a particular country is able to respond to new or changing circumstances. So let me briefly introduce the case study. Probably everyone that listen to me know that case. Well, Chile is located in what has been called the Pacific Ring of Fire, the most seismic area in the world, where around 90% of the world earthquake strike. So it is not surprising that natural disasters such as the earthquake and tsunami would affect the country. But the 2010 earthquake and tsunami was different for the reason shown in the slides. So the magnitude was 8.8 in the Richter scale, 500 times more powerful than the quake that had killed more than 250,000 people in Haiti in 2010, as also James mentioned. It was the sixth largest earthquake worldwide, and the economic damage was 30 billion US dollar, and it was equal to 80% of the Chilean gross domestic product. And also the death toll was low, as you can see, compared to Haiti. And Chilean economy was back on track quickly. Was, of course, bring us to look the traditional approach to this disaster specific event in the literature. So the traditional approach was that Chile made an extraordinary comeback, which can be explained, according to some literature, by a combination of a strong national leadership at that time and institutional practice. For example, as you know, the strong building codes placed before this crisis. So the traditional approach, and this is, there are some books about this kind of situation, but in my opinion, there was a kind of side effect. And after the earthquake and tsunami in 2010, there was a massive litigation against the state for many reasons, for many grounds. Of course, I don't want to spend a lot of time explaining this, but just to give you an idea, this table shows the type of cases and the type of claims decided by the courts in Chile. So the most important were the tsunami cases follow the same factual pattern. Secondary victims claims non-pecuniary damages against the defendant state, arguing that the withdrawal of the tsunami warning or the omission of tsunami education programs to the population caused their relatives to drown. So Chilean Supreme Court allowed these tsunami cases, in contrast with the second large group, which I call the shop looting cases, where the court dismissed all claims. So the case was that commercial shops owners had claimed that the state liability because the delay in declaring the state of emergency, which would have allowed the armed force to safeguard commercial stores, and these stores which were looted after the earthquake. As you can see, I can see this image that represent this kind of cases. So Chilean Supreme Court allowed these tsunami cases after the earthquake, and then it called the third kind of cases is the prison fire cases, where the claimants claim again that the Chilean prison service has been negligent, and that the claimants suffer harms as a result. This was the case that the residents of houses neighborhoods of prisons alleged that the lack of maintenance of the perimeter walls which fell as a result of the earthquake had led to escape the prisoners, who then commit arsons. So the fire reached and destroyed the houses of the claimants, who sued the state for negligence, asking for compensation for the material damages they had suffered, and all of these claims were allowed by the Supreme Court, probably because the claimants was quite vulnerable. They live near for the prison, and for this reason, and this is probably the rationale of that followed the court for allowing this kind of claim. And finally, there are a bundle of decisions concerning the installation of urban settlements on the coast. So the owners of some houses damaged by the earthquake, and especially by the tsunami, claims that the city council either approved the installation of urban settlement on the coast or failed to take preventive measures to avoid damage to their homes. All these claims were dismissed by the Supreme Court finally, as a consequence of the knowledge that the owners have of the place that they construct their houses. So this is only images of that time. For example, this is the looted cases, and this is the former President Bachelet seeing the destruction in the 2010 earthquake. So I will just like to highlight the first type of cases. There was the massive case of tsunami, and how the Supreme Court allowed the cases by changing the traditional understanding of the state liability. So here are the cases, and as you can see, the first there are three kinds of tribunals: the trial, which is the first instance, the Court of Appeal, and then the Supreme Court. So, and you can see in the first Supreme Court decision, dismissed the claims, and dismissed the claim for a very simple reason, and this is the big question about the litigation on natural disasters. So, there is no causal link between the state action or omission and the death of drawing. So the natural disaster caused the death, and even if the tsunami warning had been issued, we have no idea how the victims would act. But then the Supreme Court allowed the cases by forcing the traditional understanding of the state liability. So, for example, the court reasoning was that the victims lost the chance to save their lives by the omission of the tsunami warning. This was the rationale of the Supreme Court. So, in view of this Supreme Court decision that awarded this massive compensation for the victim, the state decided, and this was very recently, like 3 years ago, to settle the pending claims. So even though the state did not admit that it was liable for this loss, it simply awarded a sum of money to the claimant to settle the case. In fact, when the State Council requests to the Treasury Department to approve the settlement, in pointing out that there was no causal link between the state action or omission and the death of the victims. So this is my case study. And let me show how this project fits into the existing legal literature of natural disaster. And in general, the place of tort law in natural disasters. So scholars, mainly for Anglo-American law, economics, specialism, and disaster risk management, have developed the field of disaster law over the last 30 years. So this with a slowly emerging field with uncertain boundaries to other areas of law and policy, considered a set of legal rules, which include mitigation, emergency response, compensation, insurance, and reconstruction strategies for dealing with this catastrophic risk. So this literature claims that tort law plays only a limited role when dealing with the consequence of this type of event. So natural disasters are often deemed to be an act of God or force majeure, and the scope of a tort action or tort liability action is usually limited to the governmental liability for failure to take adequate preventive measures or provide adequate warning. So let me focus on compensation mechanism. Compensation takes place, of course, ex post disaster after ex ante preventers measures have failed, and notwithstanding the disaster response. So social security, insurance compensation schemes, and tort law are often the most common compensation source for victims for these misfortunes, and might have either a solidarity or market approach, or also a kind of degree of public-private partnership. So each source suffer limitation either in its coverage or in the amount of compensation paid by for the victim. For example, social security has a broad coverage, but it only provides a minimum level of support. So the literature of disaster risk management and the law and economics leads to a long-running debate on this set of compensatory options that have focused on which model could provide a more comprehensive and efficient solution for the victims. So, for example, one author suggests that a combination of voluntary first-party insurance, reinsurance, and pre-funded governmental reinsurance can provide a security against the human and economic losses for a disaster. So, tort law, of course, it could be an attractive source of compensation, but its role is restricted and secondary in the case of natural disaster for two reasons, I would say: immunity and agency. For example, a first reaction to a potential kind of this kind of event could be to enact an special immunity to prevent the state litigation. So the common example is the U.S. Louisiana revisited statute, which provided the state and agency are immune for claims for death or any injury to person of damage to property as a result of the defendant's engagement in any homeland security and emergency preparedness activity. This is one option, like enact a specific legislation to give immunity to the state and the agency and any people involved in that kind of activity. And the second, I would say, limitation to put in the first option tort liability is approval of agency. So a claiming in liability to compensate damage requires a human agency, and the term natural disaster, of course, implies the absence of human cause. So the agent may be an individual person or a group of persons or an institution, such as the state. But historically, in the face of a natural disaster, people identify the forces of nature that cause the loss to ultimately be an act of God, or of course a force majeure defense. So of course this understanding of disaster.
Ignacio, just 3 minutes. 3
Okay.
minutes, is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah, it's perfect. So this understanding of disaster in contemporary times, of course, shift to the extent that disasters are no longer natural, and probably you know this better than me. And the state is often one of the potential defenders for not having prevented this kind of event. So finally, the core argument of my project is that contrary to a growing understanding, tort law can and does play a significant role in coping with natural disaster and minimizing the role of tort law or state liability. In some way, it's difficult to understand how legal system could change. So in my opinion, tort liability should not play the leading role in a disaster law system dominated by public law and regulations through the social insurance compensation scheme, but neither should it play the ongoing marginal place assumed by the literature. So beyond being the primary mechanism for individuals to litigate for compensation for the losses they have suffered, tort law, in my opinion, also play a key dual role in natural disaster. First, by re-examining the content of regulatory standard, and in that case, possibly adjusting them in the light of pressure that the disasters create in the community. And the best example of that is the new law or legislation enacted by the Chilean government, a new risk disaster management legislation. And the other kind of role could be force the adjustment of the traditional understanding of the element of tort law. In general, the elements of tort law are causation, fault, and damages. So I would say that this is my ongoing project, and give it to you a kind of new role of tort law, and value at some point that litigation for natural disaster could change a legal system. So thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Ignacio. That was really interesting, and I'm sure we'll come back to it in the Q&A. I'm just going to pass on rapidly now to Alison, realizing the time limited. So we're going to pass to Alison Baker, who I think has joined us, I'm told. Alison at the University of California, and her paper is called The Eco-Socialist Contract, Cuban State Narratives, Hurricane Responses, and Popular Participation, 1989 to 2018. There we go. Alison is pursuing a PhD in Latin American history at the University of California. She studies the historical relationship between revolutionary subjectivity and environmentalism in Cuba. She has also conducted semiotic analysis of Cuban revolutionary youth movements in the mid-20th century. So without further ado, I'll pass it to Alison to present her paper.
Great. Thank you. So I wanted to start today with a very brief discussion of Hurricane Ian, because that seems somewhat unavoidable at this point. So as you all may know, Hurricane Ian landed as a Category 3 storm in Cuba on September 27th. It knocked out the electrical grid across the island, which was already struggling after the Matanzas fuel depot fires in early August. And it set off a wave of protest across the country. As of yesterday, the Biden administration is providing $2 million in aid to Cuba, in comparison with the $420 million that have been allocated to Florida. However, these funds are only going to independent organizations such as the Red Cross, and will therefore circumvent the state's hurricane response system. But even in this state of crisis, we can see the clear benefits of the response system itself. Just as another bit of comparison between Cuba and Florida, the Cuban death toll currently stands at 3 people in the aftermath of Ian. Whereas in Florida, it is currently at 127 people and counting. So we have to ask what accounts for this dramatic disparity. And that's basically what this talk is going to be all about. But I have to establish the historical context of the system first. Now, essentially, the sort of main focal points of this paper revolve around revolutionary subjectivity and its evolution in the aftermath of the special period. Of course, the special period occurred between roughly 1991 or 1989 and 2000. It was a period of severe economic crisis in Cuba due to the collapse of the USSR and Comecon. Cuba suffered severe shortages of fuel, food, and other trade goods, which was worsened by the Helms-Burton Act of 1995, 1996, which significantly tightened and reaffirmed the US-led economic blockade of Cuba. Effectively, this sent the Cuban state into a tailspin. Their trading partners were all but gone, and faith in the eventual triumph of socialism across the globe had also disappeared. Essentially, state stability was at its weakest point since the earliest years of the revolution. So the question is, how is the revolution still kicking? How did the state meet these new challenges, and how did state priorities shift? And these questions lead me to the hurricane response system itself. Now, on this slide, I have some very fun pictures of Cuban President Miguel Díaz-Canel helping out in the relief efforts post-Ian. And I've included these photos because they very much capture what this part of my project, this initial phase of my project, is all about, which is the sort of state-led narratives that develop around hurricane response, which more or less add legitimacy to the state by demonstrating its value to the people. So the system itself, the Cuban hurricane system is more or less the model for handling natural disasters, according to the UN and even some US-based outlets such as the Washington Post. And it could be argued that, at least in terms of hurricane response procedures, Cuban exceptionalism, or the notion of Cuban exceptionalism, holds a considerable degree of weight. The system is organized in a top-down structure under the civil defense system, which is composed of national and local defense councils, which themselves organize specific zones of defense. In these zones, communities are organized by local committees for the defense of the revolution. These organizations, as well as the national structures, seek to prepare Cubans in times of peace for times of crisis, both in terms of natural and military disasters. On the ground, this consists of CDR leaders administering preparation, recovery, and evacuation procedures on neighborhood and apartment building levels. Thus, each community is knitted together in this system, which can connect citizens to the central civil defense system. So more or less, everyone has a point of contact. The communities are practiced in their response procedures and are ready to mobilize when a storm threatens their community. Compare this highly regimented, socially conscious system with, for example, the abandonment and subsequent militarized occupation of New Orleans in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. To be rather crude about it, the Cuban government is not simply leaving its citizens trapped in the Superdome. Now, this relationship is also reflected in hurricane alert systems, which rely on more or less every form of informative media, as well as radio aficionados, basically ham radio enthusiasts, who step in when storms render television systems inoperable. As for the civil defense system's historical development, it was inspired by the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961 and the devastating impact of Hurricane Flora in 1963, which basically set the tone for all future hurricane responses in Cuba. Between 1966, or by 1966, this system was codified and it was quote unquote perfected in 1976. In the 1990s and 2000s, the system shifted priorities and began explicitly focusing on contending with threats from nature. Moreover, the language and direction of this program has shifted from combating nature to contending with climate change. So how can we see this transformation through state actions? Well, there are increased risk assessments for hurricane impacts, greater collaboration between the civil defense system, the Ministry for Science, Technology, and Environment, and the Environmental Agency. There has also been the formation of the Centro Latinoamérica de Medicina de Desastres. This is a fun one, the formation of the Henry Reeve contingent in the wake of Katrina. Now, this contingent was part of Cuba's offer to provide aid to the United States in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, which was more or less ignored by the US government. And it was named after Henry Reeve, who was a US volunteer in the Cuban Wars of Independence. And despite the US's refusal to accept this aid, this contingent has provided aid across the globe since its inception. Anyway, so what does this all boil down to? Well, there is a clear prioritization of environmentally oriented initiatives. And this has roots that date back to before the special period itself. In 1974, Fidel Castro spoke on the need for humanity to transform its relationship with technology. As he saw it, humans had let technology guide our progress, which was leading us into social environmental catastrophes. Instead, humans must learn to control technology and direct it towards social and environmental ends for the good of not only humanity, but the biosphere as a whole. Moreover, and this is sort of in line with this ethos, according to the United Nations, Cuba is the only country developing in an environmentally sustainable manner. Now, as for whether or not this means that you could describe the Cuban Revolution as eco-socialist, you'll have to ask me again in 6 years when I complete my PhD, because this seems to be what I'm doing now. Anyway, the real question here is how much of this is fact and how much of it is merely a set of self-serving state narratives promoted by the Cuban government. And that's what this phase of my project seeks to answer. So in order to do so, I rely on state-backed publications, primarily local papers published by local branches of the Communist Party, as well as some national publications. As the documents that I currently have access to date back to the beginning of the special period, I have chosen 1989 to 2018 as my period of study for this initial phase of the project. These publications feature, of course, the narratives promoted or permitted by the Cuban state, but that doesn't mean that these narratives are entirely divorced from reality or devoid of dissent. I structure my paper through 4 categories: a discussion of the system structure and what the state says it does in the face of natural disasters, an assessment of the social aspect of these narratives discussed through the themes of community, duty, family, and solidarity, an assessment of the material impacts of hurricanes and state responses to them, as well as the material shortcomings that the state readily admits to within its own publications, and finally, an assessment of the environmentalist shift within the system. So what does this all have to do with the quote-unquote eco-socialist contract? Well, I use this term to describe the ideological transformation of the revolution and its shifting priorities since 1989. Essentially, I'm exploring how the ways in which ordinary Cubans are molded into revolutionary subjects or buy in to the state's agenda has transformed since the collapse of the socialist bloc. In doing so, I examine how the revolution has endured to the present day. Some examples of the stories contained within these state narratives include the despair of a school administrator at the destruction of his institution during Hurricane Sandy, and his ecstatic relief upon its rapid reconstruction. The communal effort to rebuild a local theater in Santiago in just 5 months, culminating in a celebratory concert. The sense of social duty and solidarity felt by those working to rebuild homes after Hurricane Irma, as well as the importance of getting things back to normal to continue their work for the Cuban people. The importance of familial support for those on the front lines during these times of crisis, the ostensibly empowering presence of government officials impacted in areas, and the popular confidence of the leadership. See the earlier pictures of the Cuban president helping in the post-Ian relief efforts. There are also published thank you notes to volunteers and discussions of the efficacy of repair efforts, well-timed allocations of resources, and the notion that the revolution has made this degree of organization possible. Importantly, there are also stories of incomplete repairs and repairs that have been neglected for years by local organizations, which forced one resident to appeal to the local paper in hopes of prompting the local leadership into action. There are also discussions of how government housing construction programs have been repeatedly delayed by hurricane seasons. And as for the environmentalist character of the revolution itself, the state seems to be forced to finger wag more than inspire in many cases. One such example is an interview with the subdirector for the conservation of flora and fauna, who notes how Hurricane Sandy devastated the beaches along Cuba's southern coast, which prompted many such beaches to be restored in terms of their plant life, basically by planting coconut palms. However, residents have since been cutting down fronds to make improvised umbrellas and shelters for the beach excursions, as you can see on this current slide. And so the government has had to sort of lecture them into behaving better. So what do these narratives tell us about the reality of the eco-socialist contract? In short, it's not perfect or even, but it appears to be somewhat present. The Cuban state is clearly prioritizing environmental issues and initiatives. And since 1989, this has been an ever more present or prominent aspect of their stated agenda. But is this simply self-serving propaganda? Well, you could spin it that way, but most state agendas are aimed toward improving the perception of the state in the eyes of the public. Fortunately, this particular state agenda seems to have had some clear practical benefits for the Cuban people. And given the ever-degrading state of the climate, these initiatives will be essential for the continued survival of the Cuban state and its citizens. And as demonstrated by the published traces of dissent and state shortcomings, this system still has lots of room to improve. But is it paying dividends? But it is paying dividends for the state and the population. But why is this a priority for the Cuban state? Some possible intertwined explanations include the externally imposed austerity due to the US blockade, the need to find a new revolutionary purpose in the end of history, and a longstanding commitment to establishing harmony between humanity and the rest of the biosphere. None of these explanations can stand without the others, and the reason for this ideological transformation cannot simply be boiled down to a cynical objective to maintain state authority, even if that is arguably part of this initiative. So essentially, there is something, if not many things, that can be learned from the Cuban experience. And we need to take heed of these lessons if we are to confront the climate crisis in an effective manner all across the globe. So to conclude, the eco-socialist contract is incomplete in its Cuban form, but it has achieved a degree of popular buy-in, which goes far beyond simplistic consumer slogans such as reduce, reuse, recycle. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alison. That was really fascinating, and also very interesting to hear how Cuba has coped recently in the latest hurricane event.
So this panel is titled "Generational, Spatial and Emotive Experiences of Disaster." We have got 3 panelists, hopefully, that will be joining us this afternoon, and I'm just going to ask them to present in the order that they're currently in the program. So we'll be starting off with Ian Bethel Bennett. And Ian, if you'd like to start sharing your screen while I read your introduction, then please go ahead, because that might take a couple of seconds. So Ian is Associate Professor in the School of English and an adjunct in the School of Social Sciences at the University of the Bahamas. And Ian's going to be sharing a presentation with us this afternoon titled Confabulations of Recovery, Irma and Dorian in Bahamian Space. So please take it away, Ian, whenever you're ready. I think we've got quite a lot of time, so I will wave or write or speak to you if we get to around 20 minutes, but I think we'll be good in the meantime. So please take it away whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me today. It's my pleasure to be here. So what I'm looking at is, and I'm sorry, my 6-year-old has just walked in the door. I don't know, timing is amazing. So what I'm looking at is confabulations of recovery, and the way that we confabulate what is recovery and what is not recovery in the Bahamian geospace. And I intentionally used Bahamian space because I would suggest that the Bahamas is divided into 2 spaces. One is a definite international space for tourism and high-end homeowners. The second is a Bahamian space that is disconnected from that. They may be proximate to each other, but they're completely different realities. So I hope that makes sense. I am working currently on a project on Irma landing on salted shores in Ragged Island in the Bahamas, and then Dorian in Abaco in 2019. So Irma hit Ragged Island in 2017. Dorian hit Abaco in 2019. And so what I'm trying to do is show how we are marking time by windswept stories and waterlogged tales. So you have distinctions between the official documents and the actual survivor stories and people who were experiencing the moments with the survivors. So Dorian and the aftermath, after death, and the after death. And why I say after death is because we still have not learned how many people actually died, how many people were lost. We are understanding that all of this is fluid and that official documents can't capture everything. When you get stories from people who they say have died, who they were with during the hurricane, those people have not been documented as either missing or dead. So there are lots of confabulations going on that we are trying to grapple with. The confabulation, as we know, is a real kind of conundrum between insanity and sanity, the choice to create distortions, but I'm suggesting that the confabulation and recovery are related because of the ways that new governments have taken on neoliberal discussions and created their own narratives. And the narratives really buck into or collide with the stories as experienced on ground. So the action of process of regaining or control of something stolen or lost. And again, we have the idea of silencing stories, of extinguishing the actual lived experience, and a team of salvage experts. So in Ragged Island, if we look, even though the government says that this is a green island, the confabulation is that this is a green island. And in fact, many people are still without homes, without schools, without any services. So the action of regaining or securing compensation or money lost by or spent by means of legal process or subsequent profits. So this is in law. So one of the challenges in the Bahamas is that the law does not support the victims of natural disasters or any sort of disaster. It actually supports the government because the government is in a small place, as Jamaica Kincaid says in her book, Beginnings, so time beginnings, but not initial points. When I said Irma on Ragged Island, dragging north from San Juan and Barbuda, so we understand that Irma and Maria damaged tremendously San Juan or Puerto Rico and Barbuda. And what I'm doing here is bringing into conversation the experiences in Puerto Rico and the experiences in the Bahamas, and looking at the way the narratives overlap. The challenge is using two systems that are completely different and showing where the tensions are. So Dorian, or the second start, and Dorian really marks for the Bahamas a moment of departure from what they thought was normal to what is the new normal, and understanding that there is no going back. There is no return to what is normal. The former prime minister, who was in power up until last year, during Dorian, said that we will return to normal. When the pandemic came, it became obvious that this was not going to happen, because one of the things that was going on behind the scenes of the pandemic was people were being dispossessed by accumulation of large corporations coming in and buying up land. And then we have the language traffic, or the challenges between the languages. So is it linguistics, or is it politics where they are colliding? So is it uninhabited, or is it uninhabitable? If it is uninhabitable, it cannot be inhabited, and therefore the community cannot achieve any recovery or any recovering or any uncovering, because they're not allowed to be there, so they have no position within the law. They have no legal standing. And here we have a serious problem, because the government had declared Ragged Island uninhabitable, but they also declared it uninhabited. And that meant that they could then dispossess legally any people who had been there. So there were people who chose not to leave, or who refused to leave because they understood that they would be dispossessed. So we have the narrative of government rebuilding green fields, green structures, and we have the reality of people noting that nothing has happened, that there are a few power plants put up or solar fields, but they're all facing in the wrong direction. They're not connected. So it has taken 3 years for Ragged Island to actually even become somewhat habitable. We are now at year 5, and they are still without a school, without a clinic, and without any police, which means that they remain uninhabitable. So, but the narrative of the government is that it is rebuilding a green island. again, the use of the term rebuilding. Is it recovery or is it something new? Or are we covering over what was there before? So British or English born, and this is one of the challenges with the colonial process. And I talk about the colonial process because the Bahamas became independent from Britain in 1973. So we were belched out by a power readying its vessels to depart. We knew not that we were until we were not. The tragic departure, the mark of triumphant beginning, post-colonial glamour and ceremony of imperial nightfall. But where falls the night when we are regurgitated and dispersed? Can we recover what we never actually knew, only to see that we were never who we were told we were? Always a confabulation, always born in another place, not here, always not where time and history are made, always recovering from a confabulated end that never ended and a beginning as inconsequential as it is momentous. So the time really is the challenge. Because 1973 was just a few days ago, we are looking at the confabulation of an independent state on imperial grounds, and where we look at the coloniality of space or the coloniality of being, according to Maldonado Torres, we experience that definite coloniality, so that in reality, a lot of the challenges that Ragged Islanders face are because of these colonial constructs that have remained in post-colonial laws. So even though we are independent, as Puerto Rico is not independent, but again, using the same structures, we see that the laws are colonial. And so travel to islands of left spaces. Again, most of the islands are being forced to be uninhabited. When Joaquin hit in 2015, it devastated the southern Bahamas. Ragged Island is a part of the southern Bahamas, but it was not impacted by Joaquin. So a lot of marijuana. If we know the Bahamas, it has 700 islands. Crooked Island was badly hit, and it lost most of its population through the neoliberal process of a narrative that says, well, it's better if everybody moved to the capital. So we have the flying over lost places. One of the things we did was to try and document, as we were flying into Abaco, for example, how the devastation of the storm was wrought. Boats adrift on unmanned seas. There is a real challenge with trying to document, again, the stories and the overlap or the shift in focus from the survivors to a stronger Bahamas. So this is the discourse of government saying that everything is fine, we are in a stronger position, and the reality is that people are not being left or permitted to return home. And then the current government saying that it's a new day, things will be better, yet still people remain dispossessed. And as the recovery process is going on, the confabulation is that in order to create strength in the local community, we must build more international spaces where locals are not welcome, but are welcome to work. So we have the collision of the local space with the now dispossessing or the accumulator through dispossession of the international space. And intended confusion. These two terms are brought together to cause confusion and misunderstandings, but only among some. The political reality is a combination of proxemics and neoliberal exceptionalism, cronyism, clientelism, and then coloniality, and unfortunately, archipelagic fragmentation. So even though the Bahamas is a nation, it is certainly fragmented because the stories from one island don't necessarily get to the capital where everything is centralized. When we say that the political reality is a combination of proxemics, we have to remember that this is a SID, small island developing state, where the two parties that run on the Westminster system really control the narrative. And if you want to benefit from government intervention or government assistance, you have to really toe the line and not challenge the government or the official narrative. And you have the exceptionalism that this has never happened before. We don't understand how this could have happened, yet still there is no planning put in place to protect those who were definitely decimated by the storm. And also the use of language to victimize those who, for example, could not afford full insurance coverage. So the government has come out saying, well, it's your fault. You didn't have insurance. So that way you are responsible for your losses. And we have to understand that on many family islands in the Bahamas, there are people living on $210 a week or $250 a month. And the normal or the average insurance rate is somewhere around between $4,000 and $5,000 a year. When we look at the mathematics of this, we understand that we are actually impoverishing the community much more than we are making it stronger. So this archipelagic fragmentation is actually borne out by the different experiences between New Providence, which is the capital island where Nassau sits, Grand Bahama, which is where Dorian also hit, but not as badly as it hit in Abaco, and Abaco, or even Ragged Island, where the population is a lot smaller. There are no services, but the idea is that government continues to support the people, even though they are continuing to dispossess them at the same time. And so I wanted to recommend a book that I found interesting, Affect, Archive, and Archipelago by Beatrice, and to show how the narratives and the use in this text of theater and literature really bear out the lived experiences of the people. And I'm going to stop here so that we have a lot more time for questions and answers, because I really think that this benefits, the discussion benefits us. So thank you very much. And I look forward to our discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ian, for that really interesting presentation. And great. I can see Jaiden has just started sharing her screen. Fantastic. So our next paper is coming from Jaiden Jerez Colombier from Trinity College Dublin, and the paper is titled Hurricane Culture, Interrogating and Decolonizing Climate Resilience Through Caribbean Knowledge and Practices. And Jaiden is an assistant professor in Latin American Studies and Intercultural Communication at Trinity. So I will hand over to you. Jaiden, please take it away whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you, Ian, for that fantastic presentation, and to the organizers. I would like also to thank my students from the Masters in Applied Intercultural Communications at Trinity for joining us for this panel. So for some background, this idea of hurricane culture, which I am further developing in a book under contract with Toronto University Press, emerges from my research and teaching in Latin American, Caribbean, and transatlantic Hispanic studies, and also from my work between 2019 and 21 in a STEM, a science-led research hub called the Science Foundation Ireland Centre for Energy, Climate, and Marine Research and Innovation here in Ireland. And as an arts and humanities researcher, focusing on post-colonial context and working on a European STEM-led institution, I identified the need for making a case for subaltern epistemologies and Caribbean knowledge in global conversations and global responses to environmental degradation and climate change. Today I will explain what I mean when I talk about hurricane culture and how I think this concept and its components can contribute to the colonized understandings of resilience. And I will invite you to envision how we can use this concept to promote equitable international partnerships in support of action, climate justice, which I, as many researchers, think should include reparations and acknowledging that climate change, environmental degradation, and disasters are directly connected to the socio-historical consequences of colonialism. I might be preached to the converted, but in some contexts, this is not as evident as in others. So small island developing states, and this is something that we know have been at the forefront of global agendas for climate-related environmental challenges, as reflected in the agreements endorsed by international organizations such as the SEEDS Accelerated Modalities of Action, or the Samoa Pathway, the Paris Agreement, the Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And nevertheless, there is still insufficient recognition in the academic literature of the valuable information provided by small island developing states about climate change, resilience, adaptation, and justice. I refer mainly to the literature within the field of so-called climate adaptation, which emerged in the mid-1990s, and it neglects the leading role of small islands in raising awareness of environmental degradation, climate change, and implementing adaptation strategies ever since the 1980s. Of course, I'm aware of the problem behind the nomenclature of small island developing states. And I try to interrogate that nomenclature too. In my experience, the arts and the humanities, including cultural studies, regional studies, still occupy a marginal position in environmental research, in part because of underfunding and the focus of funding bodies on technical solutions. And I would like to read a quote by Ursula K. Hayes, published in the Routledge Companion to the Environmental Studies, that illustrates these shared experiences. Not a few humanists and social scientists who look forward eagerly to collaborations with natural scientists that they considered essential for their own work have experienced the frustration of interdisciplinary meetings that ended up relegating them to the tasks of communicating and publicizing research agendas and findings, mostly shaped by science, engineering, and policy experts. Of course, in my own experience, there were also cases of generative collaboration and horizontal collaboration with colleagues from STEM, from science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But of course, there were also cases of this kind of miscommunication that impeding our making collaboration difficult or impossible. So Hurricane culture aims to address these two challenges. First, the insufficient recognition in both the academic and the policy landscape of the important role of subaltern epistemologies in shaping effective responses to environmental degradation. And secondly, tackling the insufficient recognition of the arts and the humanities, together with the social sciences, also of creative practice, as drivers of positive change in support of inclusive, effective, fair, environmental knowledge making and policy making. And I think there are examples of positive experiences in the Caribbean that we can read, analyze from different angles. And I have studied in particular the Caribbean Risk Management Initiative, and I've tried to make sense of how the pilot projects work in light of research, highlighting the different vulnerability of the territories included. Recent studies of vulnerabilities in the Caribbean show that intra-regional variations are important, and I think that Ian's own work provides important evidence on this within a nation state. And there I work particularly with a recent study that included 12 Caribbean countries and pointed at Jamaica, Guyana, Belize as one of the most vulnerable, Cuba as one of the least vulnerable countries. And that also provided important information when analyzing the Caribbean Risk Management Initiative and Cuba's leading role within this project in that regard. So what is hurricane culture? What do I mean with this? And this is a working open concept that I hope to refine collaboratively, so your input is very welcome. Hurricane culture refers to the knowledges, the beliefs, the narratives, the practices, and also the artistic expressions acquired and co-developed over the centuries by diverse peoples who have had to deal with storms and environmental degradation in the Atlantic hurricane belt, a region that includes the northern coast of South America, the Gulf of Mexico, the Antilles, the Lucayan Archipelago, and the Florida Peninsula, what we also know as the Caribbean or the extended Caribbean. I first outlined the concept in a joint publication in 2021 with Professor John Morrissey, and you have the definition, that one here for reference if you're interested. I said before that I think that resilience needs to be decolonized and that hurricane culture can help to do so. But before discussing resilience and the role of hurricane culture in decolonizing it, I would like to clarify that I try to be aware of how problematic can decolonization be, if articulated mainly from the academic space, which is not decolonizing or decolonial in nature, particularly in some contexts. And in this sense, I draw upon Silvia Rivera Cosicanque's call to interrogate our practices and to try to connect decolonization with action. She says, and I will read in Spanish, a language that she also problematizes and interrogates. Las ideas recorren como ríos de sur a norte y se convierten en afluentes de grandes corrientes de pensamiento. Pero como en el mercado mundial de bienes materiales, las ideas también salen del país convertidas en materia prima, que vuelve regurgitada y en gran mezcolanza bajo la forma de producto terminado. Se forma así el canon de una nueva área del discurso científico-social, el pensamiento postcolonial. Ese canon visibiliza ciertos temas y fuentes, pero deja en la sombra a otros. And postcolonial thought and also the colonial thought need to be interrogated too, and the places are the positions of enunciation of people coining these concepts. So I'm trying to do that in light of what postcolonial thought, decolonial thought has done so far or not for people on the ground. So, and I think this is the reason why a new cultural history of hurricanes needs to look also at policies and policy-making processes. The sets of beliefs of hurricane culture include these policies and the processes that led to them. And I look at this from a cultural perspective in my research. So what is the problem with the resilience and what can hurricane culture do about it? Understanding resilience in a historicized sense entails acknowledging that in postcolonial and overseas territories, such as those in the Caribbean, it is the result of sustained injustice. What happens often in environmental policy documents is that resilience and participation are decontextualized. In this slide, the use of the term resilience is not without a controversy. And the focus on the abilities to survive in context of injustice could lead to a neglect of the same abilities that are crucial for action, transformation, and imagining alternatives. Resilience is arguably intrinsic to subalternity and to precarious postcolonial environments, where surviving has required not only to adapt, but also mainly to act, to transform. So there is an interrogation there also of the discipline or the field of climate change adaptation in this sense, no? In this regard. Hurricane culture invites to interrogate the injustice contained in the concept of resilience by historicizing the term. And the aim is to redefine resilience and to emphasize its transformative dimension, or perhaps even to abandon resilience in some contexts and to use the word transformation instead. Transformation includes both the acts of survival and change and action. And please bear with me while I focus on definitions, although I work interdisciplinarily, or try to. I clearly come from the fields of cultural studies, creative writing, and critical theory, and really concerned with definitions and how we use words. An important body of academic research in Latin American and Caribbean studies is already focusing on both sides of resilience, as shown by the papers discussed in this conference. My work on hurricane culture is inscribed within this tradition of critical Latin American and Caribbean studies, and it brings together analysis of scientific, journalistic, philosophical, and artistic representations of hurricanes with a focus on the Hispanic Caribbean and in relation to other territories within the Caribbean and beyond, including the extended region that we call the Hurricane Belt, but also looking at the coasts of North America and Europe and the wider Atlantic space. I am explaining how jointly scientists, intellectuals, and artists from vulnerable communities have developed a hurricane culture that exemplifies knowledges, beliefs, narratives, practices, and artistic expressions, articulating creative responses that are transferable within and beyond the region. I will briefly provide some examples of how that hurricane culture expresses itself and how I am studying it and articulating it. I'm looking at the evolution of hurricane culture, so I draw, of course, upon existing essays, documents on the topic, and I am paying special attention to what is considered the first text devoted to cultural representations of hurricanes, which is El Huracán, su mitología y sus símbolos, the hurricanes, its mythology and symbols by Fernando Ortiz, first published in 1947. This is a very interesting book, an essay in which, of course, there is a sense of estrangement in front of indigenous cultural representation and subaltern cultural practices. So it needs a critical reading, of course. Critically reading Ortiz's book and Benito Viña's scientific papers alongside ongoing projects in the Caribbean allow us to see that evolution. I am focusing on ongoing transmedia artistic projects combining essay, poetry, visual representations that help to map that hurricane culture and to understand how people are responding to intertwined forms of environmental, racist, and the gender-based violence in the region. This type of work allows me to pay attention to wider relations between, for instance, hurricane naming and eugenics and disaster in the Caribbean, and also to look at the sustained impact of unfair public policies. As you probably know, in 1953, scientists started naming storms solely after women. Although in the Atlantic and the Caribbean, this trend came to an end in 1979. This practice, abandoned today, of naming destructive weather events exclusively after women connects centrally with the enduring misrepresentation of women in patriarchal societies, cultures, and knowledge-making systems. So hurricane culture is also the set of responses to those intertwined forms of violence against people and the environment. And finally, a concrete example of ways in which this hurricane culture could be articulated and operationalized. This means integrated into policies or documents that can inform policy. Is this a chapter on transnational Caribbean policies included in the edited volume, Creating Resilient Futures? Title of the paper is Adapting to Climate Change Through Disaster Risk Reduction in the Caribbean. And lessons learned from the Global South in tackling the Sustainable Development Goals. And I argue that to some extent, Caribbean countries have learned to share what works for disaster risk reduction, adaptation, and action through translocal solidarity, regional policies, and a participatory approach that is particularly evident in the evolution of environmental management in the Caribbean. Of course, there is much to do, but there's a lot to do, but the world can learn from the region, and also policymakers supporting South cooperation and triangulation with Europe could learn from the region. And in this sense, Latin American and Caribbean knowledge, case studies, and participatory tools also have allowed us to inform climate participation, action, and climate justice in Ireland. We know the origin that many of the participatory tools that we use emerged from social movements in Latin America and the Caribbean, and have been widely tested in the region. And that's something that we're trying to highlight. I hope that hurricane culture becomes a concept we can use to highlight the many other forms of actionable and transferable knowledge that continue to emerge from Latin America and the Caribbean. And I don't see this only as an academic, intellectual endeavor, but also as an emotive one for the people who care about the region, people who grew up in the region, or who even look at the region from afar. So thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to discussing with the audience and the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Yaden. That was really interesting. And I look forward to discussing it in a bit more detail later on. So I believe that our final panelist has now joined the meeting. Victoria, are you with us?
I am with you from Heathrow. I'm literally in the arrivals area at the airport. I just landed from Jordan. So apology for being slightly late, but I'm very happy to be here.
No, you were absolutely bang on time, actually. So,
that's what
I'm going to ask you if you can possibly try and share your screen for us if
yes,
you're giving a PowerPoint. Okay, and looks like that's all functional, which is great. Fantastic. Well, we'll move then to our final panelist, and we've actually got plenty of time, Victoria, so please take your time.
Okay.
Victoria Carpenter from the University of Bedfordshire, who's giving a paper titled "You're Not in This Alone: Recovery Narratives After Hurricane Mitch." Victoria is the head of research development at Bedfordshire and an honorary research fellow at the University of Sheffield. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing from her what this PowerPoint is all about. So please take it away, Victoria, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. So this paper is a new stage in the research project that I've been running for the past 4 years. It has to do with discourses of recovery after hurricanes in developing countries, with a particular focus on small island nations of the Caribbean. And my case studies are now Jamaica, with hurricanes Gilbert, Dean, and Ivan, Hurricane Mitch, and Nicaragua and Honduras with that, and coming up, Hurricane Maria and Puerto Rico. So Hurricane Mitch was a Category 5 storm, but the second worst on record after the Great Hurricane of 1780. It formed in the Atlantic Ocean on the 22nd of October, 1998, and made landfall in Honduras on the 29th of October, where it stalled for several days, as you can see, and then made its way to Nicaragua on the 3rd of November. It then traveled through the Bay of Campeche and Florida and dissipated on the 9th of November, leaving behind an absolute disaster zone. 18,000 dead is the optimistic estimate, including 7,000 in Honduras and 3,800 in Nicaragua, of which over 2,000 died in the mudslide on the slopes of Casita volcano in the Pozolteca municipality. Overall economic impact of Hurricane Mitch was over $5 billion, and in Honduras alone, damage cost about 70% of the country's GDP, with 20% of the population left homeless and 75% of the infrastructure destroyed. Now, Mitch was indeed a massive hurricane and very destructive, but destruction caused by the hurricane was not just due to its size and the strength and the fact that it stalled over land, but also because the countries it hit were in a very precarious economic position, following years of political instability, misappropriation of funds, and widespread corruption. Following such devastation, it's hardly surprising that there were multiple texts coming out from highlighting the country's plight. And this became source of inspiration for many literary and film creations. Testimonials were the first to surface, telling the world about the human cost of the hurricane. Surprisingly, however, there aren't many studies of the Hurricane Mitch literature. The exception of that is Erin Finzer's 2015 study of testimonial poetry of Nicaragua, delving deeply into the legacy of Sandinista poetry workshops. Now, while this is a very interesting angle and fully worth exploring, I will take a different approach to the analysis of texts about Hurricane Mitch. Based on the work I have done previously on other catastrophic events, both man-made and natural, I have developed a framework which compares the shared emotional spheres created in the texts from the state and the public side. And by examining these shared emotional spheres, I establish whether the two social actors involved in the process of recovery after the hurricane, which is the state and the public, are in conflict with each other, or whether there is a potential collaborative space which can help two sides cooperate in response to the devastation caused by the combination of a natural disaster and the country's long-standing socioeconomic problems. So in my previous studies of state and public responses to catastrophes, I concluded that there is a sense of standoff between the government and the public, which is reflected in the contradictory ways natural disasters, in particular natural disasters, are represented, and the narratives created on both sides. And there is definitely a lack of progress during the recovery period, where the two sides just essentially stop talking to each other, and this ends up prolonging the recovery period in some cases for decades. I was recently in Jamaica, where I was visiting villages in southern parish of St. Catherine, and somebody mentioned that they were still suffering the after effects of Hurricane Gilbert, which hit Jamaica in 1988. It's been a while. So what would we need to resolve the standoff? I propose there needs to be a space where the two power loci, the government or the state and the public, are interacting collaboratively, sharing both the emotions and knowledge associated with the disaster and recovery. Having analyzed several cases of recovery after hurricanes, I identified a space of social interaction with equal power distribution and relationship between knowledge of the hurricane and emotions associated with it. And I termed this transhegemonic space. The concept combines the elements of hegemony, post-hegemony, and transculturation. So I will shamelessly quote from myself here. So the transhegemonic space is characterized by a gradual shift from strong emotions accompanied by weak knowledge distribution to strong knowledge distribution accompanied by weak emotions. At the heart of the transhegemonic space is the point of full equilibrium. So this comes from the theory of transculturation, where two cultures initially either one is dominant and the other is subordinate, come in contact with each other on equal footing and create a kind of a transcultural sphere where neither dominates the other and both share each other's characteristics. So the heart of the transhegemonic space is the point of full equilibrium between shared emotions and knowledge exchange. The turmoil and stability of the two social orders are also fully balanced. So this is a peculiar point. It is a kind of a tipping point. It's a point of very precarious balance. It can tip into back into sort of the hegemonic domination area. It can tip into the diffused power structure post-hegemony, or, as I propose, it can stay untipped. It can stay balanced and allow the two sides to come together and work collaboratively by speaking to each other's emotions and knowledge. So I will be guided by this proposition as I analyzed 4 texts selected for the study. So from the public side, I've selected poems Hurricane Mitch, 2000 by Claribel Alegria, and The Dead of Pozoltega from 2008 by Germán Hernández. From the state, it's Decree 9298, published on the 9th of December, 1998, and the Presidential Declaration of Antigua, Guatemala, 11th of March, 1999. I've translated this poem. It was originally in Spanish. I did leave bits out because, first of all, otherwise it would be just really unreadable. And second, there are bits there that I'm not really going to speak to. But I'll give you a second to read through this and consider this. So the poem compares seemingly incomparable events of 1998. That's John Glenn's space flight on October 29th and Hurricane Mitch. Here, one event is made to sound more important than the other, and by doing so, it is diminished to the point of total irrelevance. The poem opens with a stanza about John Glenn being the first North American in orbit originally in 1954, and now being the oldest person in space at the age of 77. And it's very possible that he saw Hurricane Mitch floating from the poem over the coast of Central America like a small swirl of cream in a cup of coffee. A comforting image of a cup of coffee jars with the devastation caused by Mitch and creates a degree of disbelief or incredulity that something so reassuringly familiar as a cup of coffee in the morning can take so many lives so matter-of-factly. The shift from the preterite was the man, or was the first man in the first sentence, to present and present perfect. In Spanish, that was present perfect subjunctive, would have seen, would see, saw, possible that he saw, and to imperfect, Casita volcano was erupting and burying the whole community of Posoltega, changes the scene. Now, Glenn's flight is just one action, something that happened once and is gone, but the volcanic eruption lasts for some time, burying the community. The use of the imperfect in burying the whole community of Posoltega focuses the reader's attention on the horror of the process, people drowning in the mud while being burnt alive. By bringing the two images so close together, the poem demands the reader to focus on the plight of Posoltega, because it is much more significant than Glenn's spaceflight. There is derision in The Dead of Posoltega. It is aimed at the funders of the trip who justify their investment and are prepared to shell out millions to show what happens to an old fart in orbit while people are dying in Posoltega. There's grief for Posoltega's residents who are now lying face up, unable to see the stars. There's also a sense of resignation in the final stanza, because neither event would make any lasting impression on the world. The world keeps marching on regardless of what else happens. And there's also a sense of permanence of grief. It's in the use of imperfect when describing the destruction of Posoltega and the photographers recording the images. So was burying the whole community of Posoltega and were photographing, taking pictures of the corpses face up in Posoltega. In the last stanza, this permanence overshadows Glenn's flight as the pictures of the dead of Posoltega travel via satellite across the universe, unlike Glenn, who ultimately went into Earth's orbit. But regardless of how far-reaching the images would be, life goes on, indifferent to the achievements or plight of individual humans. Claribel Alegria's poem, Hurricane Mitch, also published in 2000, is a poignant snapshot of the Posoltega tragedy. In fact, the Posoltega tragedy is the most written about in terms of the public texts, because of its just sheer size, but also because it was avoidable. The mayor of Posoltega was begging the government officials to declare compulsory evacuation, but the issue was dismissed as being insane or a worrywart. And then, of course, when the destruction happened, the government's reaction was rather peculiar, which I will talk about shortly. An almost offhand delivery of the poem conflicts with the images it presents. From the first line, in Posoltega, a cemetery exploded, the reader is faced with an impossible image. Cemeteries don't explode. They're quiet, permanent areas, impervious to sudden catastrophic destruction. The shock of these lines suspends reality as the dead come out of their graves and start crying, mourning the living who are now being buried with them. Similar to Hernandez's poem, Hurricane Mitch creates a disturbing, heartbreaking image of the dead and living mixed together in the mudslide. The despair of the people running for their lives, screaming and raising their arms, is punctuated by the final question, to whom? The despair is now everyone's, as the readers will realize that there is no God coming to save the residents of Posoltega from being buried alive in the mud and volcanic ash. No God, no government, they're on their own. The shift from an active action of cried to the passive "were once again buried" in the mud conjures the image of reality moving through various degrees of incredulity. At first, the dead are walking and crying. The incredulity is from the action of the dead, the scene as akin to a horror movie with the zombies walking around. But these dead are not going to hurt anybody. They're commiserating with the living. They cry because they see what's coming to get the living. And in the end, both the dead and the living are united in a common grave, buried together, buried in the mud together with the living. At this point, the incredulity of the scene stems from the sheer force of nature, which not only caused the cemetery to explode, but forced the dead back underground along with the living. A swift single movement reflected in the use of preterite, were buried, rather than were being buried, the way Hernandez represents it. It's in the counterpoint with the imperfect of the living who were running. Their attempt to outrun the mud is staved off by nature's single action of burying them alive. There is no escape from the mud, and there is no salvation. No matter how hard the living pray, raising their arms, there's nobody to answer their prayers. The emotions encoded in this poem are grief, incredulity, and despair. So if we take the two poems side by side and have a look at the emotional landscape that they create, we have grief, incredulity, despair, and derision aimed at those who do not seem to be affected by the tragedy. Now, this is directly representative in Hernandez's poem, where he's talking about the investors who absolutely have to know what happens to an old fart in space. And in Hurricane Mitch by Alegria, this is in the final question, to whom? The question is addressed not just to God, but also to the government that decided not to take any action in the face of an impending tragedy. So if we move now to the state texts, now the state texts were quite peculiar. One of the first state texts which addressed the aftermath of Hurricane Mitch is Decree 9298, which was published approved on the 9th of December 1998, which declared the Posoltega municipality a site of the national monument in memory of the victims of Hurricane Mitch. Considering the most fatalities were in this area, it is not unexpected that the monument was to be established on the slopes of Casita volcano, which buried two villages in the mudslide. The decree opens with, it is the state's duty, part of the government's tasks assigned to it by the president, who now considers this a starting point. We need to honor the memory of the dead because it's part of what the government is expected to do. Although the government is also expected to do to act on the warnings about the impending mudslide, but decided not to proceed. There is no sense of grief as such, but there is obligation with a touch of pride. We know what we have to do, and we'll do it and do it right. We will meet the expectations of the public and do what's of public usefulness and social interest. Not because it helps people recover or grieve, but because it's useful. It's a very hegemonic approach based on the assessment of public needs. It is useful for public to mourn their loss. It is in their interest not to live in the area affected by mudslides, which is now dangerous for habitation. However, these needs are recognized as related, obviously, to the loss and devastation. However, these then become the reason for the area being dangerous for human habitation, rather than a cause of mourning. On the other hand, public interest may refer to both the need to keep people away from the area and to let them have a chance to grieve. As a result, the combination of public usefulness and social interest suggests a predominantly hegemonic stance based on the assessment of various factors pertaining to keeping the public safe, with some post-hegemonic overtones. The national monument is created because the government has the duty to honor the memory of the Nicaraguans who lost their lives. So from the hegemonic perspective, which is a structured social order based on hierarchical knowledge distribution, which elicits discipline and consent, and from the post-hegemonic perspective, where the power distribution is diffused, within a shared emotional sphere that unites people experiencing the same emotion. We have the combination of the two here with predominantly hegemonic overtones. At the end of the decree, there is an acknowledgement of another group of stakeholders in this project, and that is with gratitude to the neighboring governments and countries who offered their generous assistance. There is a sense of humility. We needed help and they kindly helped us, and we're grateful because we could not have done without it. And we recognize that their gesture is one of generosity, not obligation. In the use of the word hermanos, so the neighboring governments were referred to as pueblos hermanos, and hermanos meaning brothers. When talking about neighboring countries, there is a suggestion of close family ties. Interestingly, there is no such sense in the language used to describe those who died in Posoltega. In fact, the only emotive descriptors used in the decree are associated with the countries which sent help, so brothers and generous. There is also a single use of us. They sent us their generous help. So at this point, the country is united, but this unity is outward facing. It is to show our brothers and neighbors that we are together in this plight. So far, the emotions we see here are sense of duty, humility, gratitude, resulting in gratitude to the outsiders, and outward-facing unity. Presidential Declaration of Antigua in Guatemala, signed on the 11th of March, 1999, by the presidents of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Belize, and the United States, also has a sense of unity. And this time it is, and I quote, in the spirit of solidarity, etc. This unity is at the government level and outward facing, underpinned by gratitude for foreign help. We are deeply grateful for the irrefutable show of support, generosity, and solidarity. There is also no sense of unity with the public, just like there is none in the decree. The we in this case are the presidents who came together to decide what to do next, recognizing that there were, in fact, a lot of fatalities. But the reason the group came together is not to mourn the loss, but to reconstruct and transform the region in such a way that allows for quicker development and assures that all our citizens prosper. And that's all wonderful, but before prosperity and development comes a lot of other stuff like cleaning up and recovery. Given that 6 million people are affected by the hurricane, and this is barely a month after Mitch's landfall, chances are they lost everything, their livelihoods, houses, possessions, etc. So they would not necessarily look to develop or prosper, but to get their basic necessities and some semblance of normal life. There is a brief recognition that the circumstances are indeed tragic. But then the attention turns away from it. Despite the tragic situation, we recognize that this current situation presents us with a unique opportunity. There is a distinct sense of hope, which appears in a sentence just later in the first pages of the declaration. We will overcome the challenges we face. However, this hope is way too optimistic, not to say unfounded, given the degree of destruction caused by Mitch. Honduras was pretty much left devoid of its infrastructure, so national investment in Honduras might be a bit problematic at that point. And an unfounded emotion, especially so positive and strong as hope, becomes a sign of either ignorance or deliberate avoidance of reality. And this is where the state and public texts on Mitch differ significantly. The state says it's all going to work out because of the opportunities Mitch presents. The public says the destruction and loss of life caused by Mitch are its main legacy, and not paying attention to this makes one blind and untrustworthy, because they're either lying to themselves and others, or are too stupid to see what's really going on. Overall, there is no discernible reconciliation between the state and public discourses. The two appear to run on two parallel tracks. The state is focused on moving forward while the public is mourning their losses. Even a token attempt by the Nicaraguan government to memorialize the Poceltega disaster ends up being forward-looking, to make the area into a national monument rather than allow people to come back to a dangerous place to live, instead of offering them a cathartic act of mourning. So are the two discourses, public and state, in irreconcilable conflict with each other, or is there a potential for a collaborative space which can help the two sides cooperate in order to recover not only from a devastating hurricane, but also from the country's long-lasting socioeconomic decline? I suggest that there is a tentative indication that the shared emotional sphere can be formed for the two sides to collaborate during recovery. And this space is in finding a balance between just looking forward or just mourning. In the presidential declaration, this appears in the sentence: despite the tragic situation that we find ourselves in, we recognize the current situation presents us with a unique opportunity to rebuild our economies, transform our societies, and establish economic foundations for sustained growth. The combination of the tragic situation that we face and it presents us with a unique opportunity suggests that the state discourse accepts both the negative present and the positive future. Despite, both acknowledges the present tragedy and refuses to make it the key guiding principle of the future. The tragedy exists, we accept it, but we have to leave it behind. At the same time, we recognize it, so we bring it into the hegemonic space. But tragic indicates an emotional response, and we face means that the emotion is shared. The union of the two perspectives, hegemonic knowledge distribution and post-hegemonic shared emotional sphere, defines a transhegemonic space, sustained in a unique opportunity. So the word unique indicates hope mixed with a feeling of urgency. The opportunity is here and now. It's unique. It's the only one and needs to be acted on while it exists. And there's also a sense of humility. We are given, the situation presents us something possibly better than we deserve, so we should rise to the occasion. And then the text shifts back into the hegemonic space of structured planning. Rebuild our economies, transform our societies, establish economic foundations for sustained growth. In the public texts, there is no such instance because the texts tend to be focused on the tragic present without any hope of things getting better in the future. The dead of Posoltega recognizes that the present will change. Humanity goes forward. So there is the current situation will not last, and the future will arrive for the living and leave the dead behind without the dead of Posoltega. But the present and the future are disconnected from each other. On the other hand, the decree to create a memorial to the victims of Posoltega indicates that they will be remembered. So the emotional undertone here in the decree is not in the declaration is not particularly emotional compared to the public discourse, but it's too emotional for a government document. Here, a strong indication of transhegemonic space appears, a combination of grief over the loss in Posoltega and a post-hegemonic, which is a post-hegemonic shared emotional sphere, and a move on to the future, a hegemonic structured plan to turn the area into a memorial to honor the dead and let the living settle elsewhere in the safe area. So what have we got in terms of the combination of the emotions from the public and state texts? The transhegemonic space of these four texts looks like this. So the red bits are strongest emotions. So they go from despair, derision, incredulity, and unity to the transhegemonic point, to the core, which is grief and hope. And then it shifts to a more hegemonic set of emotions, which is based on stronger knowledge exchange and a weaker shared emotional sphere, which is gratitude and sense of duty. Humility underpins grief and hope. And this is actually, it just came to me on the plane. Humility is actually the stabilizing force behind these emotions, because on the one hand, it actually exists in both sides, both the state side and the public side. So in the state side, humility is in the face of foreign nations, and that that humility underpins hope. But in the public text, humility is in the face of God. Well, here's how destructive nature can get, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. So this is the two-way street here. On the one hand, God ignores us. On the other hand, nature punishes us, and that underpins grief. So humility becomes a balancing point for the turmoil of grief and the turmoil of hope, and it is the stability that makes the transhegemonic core actually sustainable. So in short, there is a point in the transhegemonic space of Nietzsche's aftermath where grief for the present and past and hope for the future converge on equal footing, underpinned by humility. If this point is sustained by both social actors involved, the state and the public, there is a strong possibility of collaborative recovery. As grief leads to hope, so hope encompasses grief. Thank you.
Okay. Great, there we go. Great, thank you so much, Victoria. That was a really interesting paper as well.
Okay, great. I think we'll kick off. So it's great to see everybody who's carried with us through these 2 days. I hope you've really enjoyed the conference. I know I have. So for the last portion of the conference, we're going to be welcoming our keynote speaker. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to June Carolyn Ehrlich, who will be, I say, our keynote speaker for this evening, or possibly morning or afternoon, depending on where you're joining us from. June is a journalist and has lived and worked in Colombia, Nicaragua, Germany for 18 years, writing for publications such as the Miami Herald and Time magazine. She's covered the Sandinista Revolution, the war in El Salvador, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and she's currently the editor-in-chief of Revista, the Harvard Review of Latin America, and is author of a number of books, such as Disappeared, A Journalist Silenced, the Irma Flacker story, published by Seal Press in 2004, A Gringa in Bogota, Living Colombia's Invisible Wall, published by the University of Texas Press in 2010, and Telenovelas in a Pan-Latino Context, published by Routledge in 2018. Most recently, and why I asked her to join us today, she authored Disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean, Coping with Calamity, which came out with Routledge in 2021. And the book explores the relationship between natural disasters, civil society, immigration, and diaspora communities, and the long-term impact on emotional health that these events can have. To, I think, put, myself, I read the book and loved the book, and I just quote from a reviewer here, I think, who really hits the nail on the head about what made this book so fantastic, is that it brings a powerful yet deeply human analytic lens to examine the variety of experiences undergoing volcanic eruptions, floods, mudslides, earthquakes and hurricanes, and having to deal with the always humanly constructed outcomes, social and deeply personal. The stories are so telling that they burn into your memory, and the analysis is so ineluctably human that the reader can literally feel the texture of wisdom concerning care and transformations. Myself, as a historian and somebody whose research primarily focuses on the 19th century and the British colonies at that, so quite narrow, this book was really, really useful to me in broadening my understanding of the wider impacts of these disasters throughout these regions, and really the kind of wider multiplicity of impacts that they have. I will leave it there then without further ado and hand over to June, and I will just share my screen and get the presentation rolling. So over to you, June.
Thank you so much, Oscar. I'm so glad to be in London, at least virtually. So good afternoon, good evening, good morning. When I was 9 years old, which wasn't yesterday, I wrote a short story. There was a couple, a lower income class couple, and they saved and they saved and they saved and they saved. And they had enough money to buy a house. So they bought the house, and the day before they were going to move in, the day before they were going to purchase their insurance, the house burned down. I don't know whether I imagined the fire as a natural disaster sweeping through the home from the nearby woods, or that would be convenient for the purposes of this lecture, or if it could be blamed on faulty wiring. I may not have thought about it at all. I just imagined calamity and sadness and loss. I wonder how I would rewrite that story today, as the threats of climate change and ensuing disasters are all too real for our 9-year-olds and our 19-year-olds. So today, first of all, I would look at the role of community. What about the couple's local community? Did they help? Did they turn the other way? After all, these were people who hadn't moved in yet. What about the state and even the national government? Or, depending on where they lived, international aid? But then I'd look at structures, ranging from infrastructure to governance. Why did the house burn down? Was it up to code? And if not, why were the couple allowed to buy it? Was there perhaps some corruption involved? Why wasn't insurance part of the initial home ownership process? And again, what's the role of the state when the private sector, insurance, doesn't respond? But what I did get as a 9-year-old even if I didn't have a word for it, is the trauma caused by disasters. A different and more intense word for sadness. Sadness that is a scar. My story at 9 was a headline. Couple saves, couple buys house, no insurance, house burns down, couple grieves. We've had a lot of headlines lately. In a sense, we are gathered here in London in Zoom to figure out how to get beyond the headlines, to take a holistic approach and use the framework of community, structure, and trauma response to find ways to move forward. No disaster is natural. The earth shakes, the fire rages, the hurricane floods, but the lack of appropriate prevention and response is what turns the event into a disaster. Take the recent Hurricane Fiona in Puerto Rico. 5 years ago, Hurricane Maria wreaked havoc on the island, causing extensive damage to its power grid. In 2017, leaving many residents without electricity for months. So people assessed that the damage after Maria was, and the US Virgin Islands, was approximately US $1 billion. Hurricane Maria took at least 3,000 lives. And now here we are again. Hurricane Fiona had a lesser death toll, killed at least 4 people, caused widespread flooding, leaving hundreds of thousands of residents without water or power. It slammed into the island one Sunday, dropping more than 2 feet of rain on some locations, causing mudslides and destroying homes. Rebuilding structures from Maria and now from Fiona has been held back by technical, political, and financial challenges. No government authority has sufficient resources on the ground in Puerto Rico to conduct such an assessment, let alone react swiftly to the disaster. I'll be talking about the Caribbean a lot in this speech, both because it's in the headlines, but also I think because it's emblematic of the challenges and strengths all of us face during natural disasters. Puerto Rico is an example of failed structures. After Maria, a US-Canadian consortium received a 15-year contract to transmit and deliver power to consumers. Luma, it's called. It was supposed to upgrade Puerto Rico's grid with billions of dollars in federal money. But outages continued. Critics have called the company secretive and corrupt. Labor groups, environmentalists, and academics have offered comprehensive alternatives, such as Queremos Sol, a proposal to distribute and install solar power across the island to reduce Puerto Rico's dependence on fossil fuels and what they've seen as incompetent private administration. The community is drawing together to find solutions. Lin-Manuel Miranda, the very talented Puerto Rican who wrote Hamilton, observed in the New York Times, quote, But the inept federal response has a silver lining. It spawned new partnerships and creative ways of doing business. In community after community, we have seen Puerto Rico's nonprofit organizations rise to the challenge of rebuilding the archipelago in a way that is more sustainable and more just. End of quote. Society is mobilizing. Protests continue. Maria, an earthquake. Fiona, one could easily say the Puerto Rican people have been traumatized. Trauma can immobilize, but it can also be a catalyst for social change, for drawing communities together to change structures. My prediction is that, particularly in Latin America, as climate change continues to increase in catastrophes, we'll see both an increase in disaster-induced social protest and in climate refugees. Just over a month ago, on September 13th, the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, published a multi-agency report that warned that we are, quote, heading into uncharted territory of destruction, end of quote. Uncharted territory of destruction. Just over a month ago, just even before that, on September 13th, I already told you that. But what I haven't told you is that, quote, floods, droughts, heat waves, extreme storms, and wildfires are going from bad to worse, breaking records with alarming frequency. Heat waves in Europe, some of you have experienced that. Colossal floods in Pakistan, prolonged and severe droughts in China, the Horn of Africa, and the United States. There is nothing natural about the new scale of these disasters. They are the price of humanity's fossil fuel addiction, end quote. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said in a statement. Natural disasters, whether extreme events like hurricanes and earthquakes, or longer term and often recurring disasters like droughts and flooding, take place in this context of climate change. They can provoke social reform or foster corruption. They bring out the best and worst in people. For a short, vulnerable moment, the wealthy can understand what it means to be poor. Disasters mobilize communities, as well as international aid and transnational efforts of the diasporas. Of course, natural disasters do not hit all communities equally. The poor in Latin America and the Caribbean and elsewhere, as we in the United States saw with Katrina, and to a certain degree with Hurricane Sandy in New York, experience the disasters much more intensely. They tend to live in flimsy housing and in neighborhoods that are prone to flooding. They often do not have the means to prepare or have nowhere to go. And even if they may have fewer possessions than the rich, they are often reluctant to leave because of fear they may never see their belongings again. In Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the rest of the world, coping with calamities is a reflection of how states govern. In Technocrat parlance, it's called good governance. In the case of natural disasters, which is what we're talking about today, good governance begins even before the disaster. Students have to be taught in schools what to do in the case of a disaster. Evacuation plans have to be designed, and drills must be held on all levels of society. Emergency plans must be made for hospitals, evacuation routes, and shelters. A policy must be developed about how to funnel and distribute international aid. Building codes are designed and implemented. A proactive approach is taken to root out possible corruption and dangerous cost-saving methods in building. Communities are organized in advance to respond to disasters with an appropriate alert system. And that's before the disaster hits, or even before it is imagined. In a society where there has been good and effective leadership, citizens develop a level of trust, and that trust makes it easier to work together as a society. Good governance, or for that matter, bad governance, does not come about when a disaster hits. Rather, disasters amplify the existing fissures in society. We're seeing that recently in Cuba. Long before the Cuban Revolution in 1959, Cuba was well known for tracking hurricanes. As in other Caribbean islands, hurricanes are a seasonal peril. As Luis A. Perez observes in his book, Winds of Change, Hurricanes in the Transformation of 19th Century Cuba, quote, they, hurricanes, may have been unexpected, but they were not unfamiliar. And the arrival of each new season raised a specter of danger looming just beyond the horizon. A brooding disquiet descended on the Caribbean in anticipation of the destructive fury of the winds from the east. It has always been this, since the Native American peoples dispersed among wide-flung islands of the Caribbean archipelago, end of quote. In 1857, Cuba came host to the first meteorological observatory in the Caribbean and one of the first in the world. A Jesuit-run operation at the Colegio de Belén in Havana was dedicated to weather forecasting and studying hurricanes. The guy on the slide is known as Father Hurricane because he did just such an amazing job of predicting when hurricanes were going to come. The horrific Hurricane Flora in 1963 took place 3 years after the Cuban Revolution. And even though Cuba had all this wonderful forecasting of hurricanes, it really didn't have very much to do in terms of being prepared for hurricanes. They just came again and again and again and again. So after Hurricane Flora, a plan emerged on several levels for hurricane preparedness. One of the essential elements in the coordination is the coordination between the national leadership and the intensely local. So in Cuba, under the communist system, every city block or rural community has a designated leader to help evacuate people and bring their belongings to safe locations. Now, in the political context, many of these leaders are looked upon as spies or watchdogs for the government. But in terms of hurricane preparedness, this top-down system, has really worked until recently. The block system provides an inbuilt structure for mandatory evacuations that generally keep the death toll significantly under that of neighboring Caribbean countries. Cuba's civil defense has an early warning system, emergency stockpiles, and rescue teams. It is assumed that a hurricane is always on the way. Homes are regularly inspected to determine their ability to withstand strong winds. When hurricanes hit or are about to hit, the official government policy is to protect personal property. Now, that's not as altruistic as it might seem, because it's a way to encourage the mandatory evacuation and make sure it's complied with, so people don't stay behind to make sure that their things aren't going to be stolen or swept away. So in a way, the Cuban model on the books, and think about this in terms of your own countries or the countries you work on, it looks like a textbook for what I've been saying about community structures and the avoidance of trauma. In 2004, the Oxfam identified several elements in the Cuban approach that can be used as a model for other countries. The laws, regulations, and directives that specifically address disaster mitigation, preparedness, and response. Investment in economic development that overtly take into account potential consequences, lessening risk in the case of disaster. Investment in institutional capital, not only in capacity, but in accountable and transparent government institutions on all levels to mitigate and recover from disasters. Land use regulations, building codes, and hazard-proof infrastructure are key to disaster mitigation, and they must be enforced. Investment in human development and institutional capacity for research on hazards and hazard reduction in general. But by 2017, with Hurricane Irma, Cuba's up-down system was showing signs of wear and tear. And here you have a really clear example of how response to national disasters reflects the political situation. 10 people died, and there were $13 million in damages, an extraordinary toll by Cuban standards. The planning was as good as ever, but implementation was beginning to fray, in part because you didn't have the charismatic figure of the Castros. And then in 2019, an unexpected tornado left 5,334 housing units either destroyed or damaged. 6 people died. The government was completely unprepared, and in part because Cuba doesn't usually get tornadoes. So civil society, and here I'm talking about a self-determined civil society, actors, artists, community people, not the one envisioned in this top-down government structure, stepped into the breach. And this is a first for Cuba. And then there was another first, which you may have just read about, with the latest natural disaster, a hurricane, surprise. Cubans protested the response to Hurricane Ian, and there were small protests all throughout the island. Now, this is very unusual in the context that last year there were large protests against the government, and thousands of people were rounded up and put in jail, many of them still in jail. And yet these people were so angry at the lack of response to Hurricane Ian that they went out on the streets. Their electricity had gone off. Now, electricity going off means that your refrigerators, your freezers don't work. And all that food that you have stood in line for hours and hours and hours is rotting. So they went to the streets. Analysts and activists in Cuba blame the crisis on government mismanagement. Others blame it on a combination of US sanctions and government incompetence. But in any case, it's a very recent and dramatic example of how natural disasters reflect the strength or weaknesses of structures. And both the tornado and the latest hurricane show how Cuba's once model disaster management system is breaking down. It's also an example, in kind of a weird way, of how trauma, after all, losing all your groceries is traumatic, generates both community, civil society, and activism. Natural disasters are open this window into society's needs also. It's not just a matter of rebuilding tumbled buildings and damaged infrastructure. In many ways, responses to disasters, including COVID-19, are laboratories in building a better future. Voices need to be heard. Natural disasters happen to individuals. Sorry. One mourns alone. One mourns alone the loss of a sibling, a parent, a child, a friend, a neighbor, a television that has taken years to pay for, a photo album that can never be replaced, a bridal dress that is lost forever. And yet that mourning takes place in a community too, as did the initial rescue and recovery. And reconstruction will happen in an effective way if it is thought about only in terms of both individual and community needs. individual and community needs. The trauma lingers on. A word used a lot in disaster studies, as you know, is resilience. The ability to cope, survive, and recuperate. And for many years, that resilience, so characteristic of Latin America and the Caribbean, particularly among the poor, was interpreted as kind of pushing aside the emotional pain and vulnerability. The truth is, resistance and emotional pain coexist. People flee from the disaster-struck homelands because there are no jobs or no food. They also leave for what they think will be a few months to earn hard currency to build a house. Sometimes they return. More often, they don't. And the next time a disaster strikes, they will be part of that diaspora that energizes to help the folks back home. We must think of the individual and of the community. I want to end with a note on individuals, like going back to the couple in my childhood short story so many years ago. "35 years ago, I watched another human being die on a television screen. She died of a natural disaster. But she really didn't die of a natural disaster. She died because there was no equipment available to rescue her. Her name was Omaira Sanchez, and she was barely a teenager when she was trapped by the mud of an avalanche for 3 long days in Armero, Colombia. It was hard watching a young girl die, and I did watch this on television. I was living in Colombia. The experience was a collective trauma, not only for her family, her friends, her neighbors, but for all of Colombia and beyond. Omaira, 13, and you're looking at her now, stares out at the television viewers and asks permission of a rescue worker to say a few words. Her curly short hair frames her face, and her black eyes gaze intensely at the camera. "Mommy, if you hear me, and I think you can, please pray that I can walk and these people can help me. I live because I have to live." Only Omaira's face can be seen peeking out of the mud, the lava that has poured down from the avalanche, from the volcano Nevado del Ruiz. She is trapped. Her legs are pinned by a concrete slab or brick door that has fallen in her house. For 60 hours, Colombians watched and waited and prayed the little girl would be freed. There was no water pump to drain the rising waters fueled by rains. The motorized water pump that finally arrived from Bogota came too late. Now the concrete slab impeded its work. The helicopters could not get in to remove the slab. Doctors, none of them surgeons, said the conditions were not right to amputate her legs. increasingly the only way it seemed that she could emerge from the hellish pool of muddied water and debris. On November 16th at 9:45, she died. All attempts to rescue her were in vain. She was only one of the many children and adults who perished against the volcano eruption and subsequent mud flow. Some 25,000 people died that day out of a town of 31,000. The survivors lost homes, children, parents, siblings, jobs, arms, legs, and livelihoods. The traumas of all natural disasters are both collective and individual. As the world draws together with television and social media, the tragedies become more widespread in their impact. Who can forget the image of a Haitian woman immigrant, arms flung out amid the rubble of her home after Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas? Who can forget the image of former President Trump tossing paper towels at a group of survivors of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico? I read of another little girl who died, this time after the earthquake in Haiti in 2010. Like Omaira, Anika St. Louis, 11, was trapped in the rubble of her home. For 48 hours, volunteers tried to save her. Her right leg was pinned under a steel beam. "My Lord God, save me," she cried. Neighbors found a portable power saw and a generator. Anika was freed. A local doctor could only offer some painkillers. The nearest hospital was 3 hours away. She bled out before she could get there. She was buried in her Girl Scouts uniform in a veil. Omaira and Anika are individual faces of collective calamity. We cry for them and wish things would have been different. Omaira and Anika are also reminders that we must face disasters even before they begin, as communities, as people confronting structures, so that the next time there will be access to equipment in hospitals. So the next time little girls, 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds, can grow into productive members of society, and that we must face natural disasters altogether before, during, and after as a community, building back better even before we have to build back. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to your questions and observations.
Right. Thank you very much, June, for a really emotive and really interesting keynote there.